should be.
Okay, I forgot what it says when that part stops, but yeah. Oh, wait, no, are you ready for this? And yeah, anyway. Sup? Howdy everyone. Every kitty.
Welcome to Quake 2.
Hey everybody.
We're quaking here.
Hey, we're quaking here.
In our boots, I guess. 24.
Oh, I'm married a rabbit. Don't leave me hanging.
I'm James.
I'm Kitty Cat Herder.
Yeah. Let's fight tank people in Quake 2 Part 1.
Hooray.
I'm not even going to bother putting it on Twitter. Because seriously, what's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Man. No, I
How
still
do you...
remember. Oh, sorry. You can go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, how do you go from being ubiquitous to the point that people, like, go, oh yeah, that's one of the big social media networks, no matter what you say the other ones are, to just being the embarrassing punchline to a joke.
Yeah, within like months, right? It's
It
not
was
even
within
been a
months.
year.
People thought it was going to be at least a year.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's. God, it's funny. I will always bring this up that like someone who was a former like Tesla employee, I think. His NDA ran out, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the whole company culture was built around like trying to keep Elon Musk away from things." I mean, Tesla still suck ass, but like that's terrifying. That's not Elon Musk's full grubby hands touching everything, and they're still like that. It's like they they have to do so much to keep him away from things, and like everyone hates him. Like he had a birthday
Oh,
party at
it's...
Tesla, and
Yeah.
they got a penis cake, but then they decorated it to look like a rocket taking off. Like those aren't balls; they're the smoke. The smoke from the rocket, and it's like
Smoke
yay! It's like
balls.
you guys got me a cake. It's a rocket because of SpaceX. Thanks, guys. It's like.
We made him eat that cake.
And it's like that's so funny that they hate his ass so much, and like people will just have random shit like scrolling on their screens, but make it look like Matrix stuff. Yeah, gets him out of It's like a Matrix scene here. It's like of course.
Anyway, the plot is Elon Musk made cyborgs and they're killing everyone.
So that's the plot of real life, right?
Of this game, yes.
Yeah. This game is real life.
Wonder if
It's
they.
so sad Elon Musk died of leukemia.
I wonder if they like up-res the cinematics on this, because
Yeah.
this is the enhanced version that got like released
Enhance.
like last month, I think.
Nice. Did that say bitch on that rocket?
I
Or the
think
missile?
so.
Yeah.
Oh, it's spaceships? Oh, okay. I thought they were bombarding with rockets or something.
It's a big gun. And I guess at the end it's supposed to be like the pod, only kind of wasn't. I don't know. The opening movie is a little weird. Bitterman, I think
Oh, you're
was
a
supposed.
lefty.
Oh yeah, you can change that. Weapon
Yeah.
one, center.
Center for that classic Quake feel.
Oh,
Nice.
it's not even appearing.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh. Oh wow. It's
Yeah,
just an
wait.
icon of your gun. It's like, that's lame.
Yeah.
And like it has like objectives, but they don't really matter that much.
Hmm.
They kind of matter, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, it is still very much a Quake game, even if it's got more to it.
It is an id game. Is there any option
Yeah.
to turn off the hints? Eh. Adrenaline's a full heal and increases max by 1.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm kind of. It's interesting to see this because, Quake 1 was like, there's some magic stuff going on, and there's a Sherry that we have to fight at the end of that. And now we're in space. We're spacemen now, and we're fighting aliens,
Yeah,
cyborgs.
you'll see.
Alien cyborgs. I don't actually know what the plot of this game is either. I never played it.
Earth
Yeah.
got invaded by aliens called the Strogg.
Yeah. I just know what the Strogg are.
Oh, okay.
Although some things called them the Strogg.
Strogg.
Also, I got grenades. Also,
Oh, Tumblr.
next to my armor is like an inventory screen. This has like a Duke Nukem style inventory, although you can switch it to the guns as well.
Huh.
We've both put up. Me and Kitty have both put this on our Tumblrs.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification.
Yeah, with different titles to it, basically.
I should.
We're
log in.
quacking too, says Kitty Cat Herder.
Oh yeah, I spelled Quake wrong. But also it's just silly. So I was like, no, fuck it, we're quacking too.
Yeah,
I should reblog that.
I just went for the hey, we're quaking here. God, the more like this. This is 9 of your like MS Paint helmet thing. Because of course that's every other Akimbo Dynamite post.
Yep. Okay, back. Starting shotgun is a little underpowered. Blaster's infinite. Grenades are kind of tricky to use. I think I saw a volunteer. No, I think that was just sparks. Ah, rest in peace, buddy. Oh. Yeah. They don't quite bounce right. The grenades. Also, we get some voices from, like, other soldier guys. Basically.
Oh yeah, these soldiers are all going to be great characters that we remember for years to come.
I got a silencer.
Yeah.
There's surprisingly few of these in the game.
Mm-hmm. It's not like GoldenEye. It's so
GoldenEye.
funny seeing like the explosions and stuff. Like this is just looking at it. This is the middle ground between Quake 1, which was a very basic third-person shooter because it was, you know, fairly early in that genre, but like later games are so much more improved than this. It's just funny seeing this step in the evolution and going, oh yeah, I guess this would have been what they had for a bit.
Lurch.
Yeah.
Also, if you notice, that guy did like an attack while he was dying.
Yeah.
It's also goals, which is just stuff you need to do in that counter.
It's just your to-do list. Mop the floors, hang up the laundry, kill Strogs.
Yep.
Oh my god, I've been muted this entire time. I thought y'all were just interrupting me.
Oh god.
Damn.
Oh, dang it.
No, Kitty.
Oh no! I was like,
We're
damn,
not
I know.
interrupting you. Oh, no.
No. Like, okay, I know we all have ADHD, but like, okay, I'll just wait a bit and then talk. I'm like, oh no.
ADHD,
Muted.
autism, some
Yeah.
third thing in some of our cases.
Yeah. But anyway, to finish my thought I was having, I recently got through New Vegas and like, something that I recently relearned while also watching challenge runs from some guy on YouTube is that for some reason VATS just makes grenades stop on a dime if you like throw it at an enemy through VATS.
Oh yeah, that's pretty
And
useful.
like they bounce around like crazy because again they don't always bounce right. They very much don't often bounce right in that game. You know, it's a little bit better than like from what we saw here earlier, but it's just kind of funny of just like, oh, we're gonna add physics to the grenades so they bounce and you can throw them around corners and stuff. And it's like, no, what? Sometimes it'd just be nice for a video game to be like, hey, if you throw it here, it's just gonna stay put. Because my God, it's weird when a grenade just bounces all over the place. And you're like, great, I didn't hit anyone with it. These suck. Like, when I replayed Fallout 3, like, last year, I was like, no, what? I'm gonna try actually investing in explosives and see how that works. And, if I picked up more grenades, because I was picking up grenades all the time, I was like, no, what? Let me try using them. And they bounce weird, but it was predictable after a point. And then you can do, like, weird trick shots and throw it, like, through doors and around corners or whatever. But it's like, it's kind of, but like most of the time it's kind of weird to use them, and of course if they bounce too far, then you don't hit anything. And I think the first time I played Fallout 3, I was like, wow, these just suck. I'm not hitting anything with them, and it's like, yeah, they still suck. It's just if you get good at the weird bouncing physics, then you can actually hit things more consistently and actually do more damage. That's not. Sorry. Ah,
Ooh, machine gun. This is a pretty good one.
nice.
Kills things faster than the shotgun. The normal shotgun, anyway.
Is there a super shotgun?
Yes, there is.
Nice. That said, it still sucks when FPS like this has like a gun that just sort of sucks. It's not the end of the world, but it's like if you have only so many guns, having one that's just mediocre.
Yeah, like the crossbow in the 2013 Shadow Warrior.
I never played with that one, but I totally believe you on that.
It's just underpowered, and even the secondary fire is not great, which is exploding bolts.
Huh.
Thankfully, every other weapon is pretty good. And man,
Now, may I ask why you keep giving the corpses?
there's revivers.
Oh.
And also, it stops their dying attack
Yeah.
if they have one.
Honestly, I thought she was just like smashy, smashy.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. Just executing them. Yeah. Anyway, did quite a bit of shopping today. I have a slow cooker again. Going to
Oh,
be
nice.
trying to cook more stuff in that. I got a way bigger one than before, because I'm like, yeah, I never have anywhere near the amount of room I want in this. Yeah.
This game is also where colored lighting first started being a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Neat.
Ah, dang it.
Okay, now I see what you mean by the dying attack. Like they're bleeding out, but they can still try to shoot at you. Love your impromptu flashlight.
Yeah. Oh, he dodged it.
Oh, no, something I just remembered. I got through Lonesome Road, and I technically reloaded, my save right before meeting Ulysses. Because, at the first time, I just sort of took him out, and then, in the ending, epilogue narration, it's like, oh, wait, you could talk him out of it? So I, went back to do that, but it's still funny to me, because, I went up to Ulysses with my Gatling laser with the laser commando perk, which gives me just a flat 10% chance to crit. With any lasers and give them extra damage, and all these other some other perks for that, and also for just getting crits in general. And just took some of the various combat drugs that give you more damage and stuff, and just after I'm like, okay, I don't think I can talk him out of this. Just me to me. I think we have to kill this guy. Damn. I just sort of I'll just hit him in VATS, target his head 3 times at point blank range with that Gatling laser, and it cut off his head while it was disintegrating him into dust. And I don't think I've ever seen that before. And it's just really funny.
Lurch. I didn't lurch before. I guess that's what streaming does.
Yeah. Streaming does love to do that. But yeah, overall, Lonesome Road is really fun. If anyone listening to this has never, or watching / listening has never played it, totally give it a shot if you have it.
Yeah. Listen,
Like,
I
say
go on
everyone should play-
Georgie's streams and talk about, oh, you know what bugs me about this comic from 1980? Hey everyone, remember that movie from the 70s?
Everyone's
Yeah.
watched Phantom of Paradise. This is no.
Everybody has watched Phantom of the Paradise. It's good.
It's so good.
But
It really is.
listen, you can talk about Fallout New Vegas. Odds are anyone watching this will have played that, and if they haven't, go play it. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm
But, I mean,
trying desperately to convince Acid to play Fallout New Vegas instead of going,
God.
hey, I came up with this new idea for this thing. It describes perfectly a faction from Fallout New Vegas.
Oh no.
And I'm like, listen, you won't taint your ideas by seeing them in another piece of media. If you put this out, people are going to say, hey, did you copy this?
So, I'm in the secret level,
Secret
Oh, neat.
level.
and the objective is find a powerful weapon.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're gonna find the BFG
No.
9000 2?
It's the Unmaker, isn't it? No, is that the one from Doom 64?
Yeah.
That was the one from Doom 64
Yeah.
that they brought back for Doom Eternal.
I know
It's
Doom
fascinating.
3 has a Soul Cube.
God.
Ah, it's so lame.
I mean, from what I understand, that was Doom 3.
Oh yeah, that was entirely just... Doom 3 was just like that.
Doom, the expansion had like the artifact thingy. Forgot what it was called. There's Silencer.
Neat. Wait, does it automatically equip?
Yeah.
Oh. I kind of hate that for some power-ups in games. It's like,
Oh no, I had to use it.
Oh, okay.
Oh! New enemy.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's that weird sound?
Don't know if that one can revive, but...
Yeah. Which, no, speaking of strange sounds, one thing that's cool about Lonesome Road is that at some point you get you can get ambushed by enemies that I only noticed because I heard the sound of the Stealth Boy turning on. And I'm like, oh, I know that sound way too well because of the great, what are they called? The Nightkin. I'm like, oh. I think the first time I heard it in that DLC, I put on, I'm like, okay, 2 can play this game, took some combat drugs, and then also used the Stealth Boy while, like, sneaking with my, like, again, my Gatling laser has been souped up. And it's, which is funny, of just, like, somehow I never realized that there was the perk, Laser Commando that gives you, like, just, oh, for laser weapons, you get just a big critical chance, like, you know, a big buff to critical chance, and also you just do more damage with lasers. And I'm like, oh wow, I'm a laser build. This is exactly up my alley, and so it's just like, so it's just great. Tearing apart like my would-be ambushers with a Gatling laser while hidden with a Stealth Boy. You love to see it. Love doing sneak attack crits with a giant Gatling laser. Now, may I ask, when do the revivers show up?
Uh, unsure since didn't really have to deal with the reviving too much when I played in the OG Quake stuff, Quake 2 stuff. Although in the added episodes, yeah, they show up a lot more.
Ah.
Fish gone! Okay.
God. That's really funny.
Well, that's fast.
God.
Alright, anyone in chat? No, not right now. Okay, slow down a little. Ow.
Excuse me while I go to Ivikai naming and write a boss battle of a lift that hate.
Oh, that
A lift that
explains
hates
it.
you. Oh.
Yeah, the fish were holding it. Because, yeah, if it hits something. If lifts hit something while descending or ascending, they just go. They just go the other way. With, like, no pause. Normally they wait.
Ah, cool beans.
First aid. I'll grab this.
God, I don't know why. This, like, seeing another kind of more classic FPS, I'm just thinking, like, man, remember Blood? I need to go back to playing that and streaming it on my own.
Yeah, you do.
Since one, it's really fun, and it's honestly a pretty different experience if you're doing it on the grade. The difficulty, like, I guess the not medium, like I guess the difficulty below the one you played it at, because like the highest difficulty is just like, I remember you saying it's basically just completely unfair, but then I'm like, the difficulty below, like two below that, I'm like, okay, more to my like, more up my alley, and they're still really mean on the difficulty you're playing on. I
Yeah,
think it's like well boiled or something.
well done.
Well done, yeah. Whatever's below well done. But still thinking about the
Lightly broiled, I think?
What's below
yeah,
meld?
broil.
Well done. Ah, yeah.
But
Is
oh
this
yeah,
just not going to end?
rude. Oh thank God.
Oh, hey, I can use this. See how
Oh,
it's 101 now?
oh neat. Love this item wheels.
Yeah, I think they added that for, like, the remaster.
Oh yeah. Probably for like Steam Deck and other things. And just what if you wanna, you know, select stuff that way? It's cool. Oh, okay, though the armor shards. I thought that was health for a second. I was gonna make a joke that it's like, yum, yum, yum. I love eating my little health chips. Eating some Sunkist to get back health.
Isn't Sunkissed
Maybe some-
soda or
Oh yeah, Sunkist is soda. What's some like
Sun Chips?
Yeah. Well, like I was somewhat close
Yeah.
with the name. I think that counts. 'Cause it, you know, the armor pickups just sound so crunchy. Whenever you pick one up. Oh, you know what? Suddenly also remembering more stuff from Lonesome Road. Specifically, it added a shoulder-mounted machine gun, which should have been really cool, but like it, like I mean, in theory, I could have made it cool if I had crafted a bunch of the upgraded 10mm ammo. But for one, it uses 10mm ammo that I didn't really have a lot of. And also, I think its firing rate was, you know, wasn't that fast. So I basically still use just my Gatling laser or the 12.7mm submachine gun for like if I want to shoot all the bullets somewhere. Which is a weird thing about Fallout New Vegas, that it's like they're kind of it feels afraid at times to give like, you know, fast firing weapons. Like even like some like machine guns don't fire as nearly as fast as you think they would.
Honestly, the big guns are kind of underpowered in New Vegas.
Yeah, like even the Gatling laser, I think with all my upgrades and perks or whatever, uh, I got it. It does 24 damage a shot, but it also does many hundreds of shots per minute. And
Invul-
also, if I crit, it oh boy, if I get a lot of shots critting, which I'm a crit build, and have laser commando, then oh boy, it does so much damage when it crits, and it just hits things so fast that it kind of makes up for it. But even then, with the whole damage threshold system, it
it-
does feel it's very easy for it to feel underpowered unless you're incredibly kitted up to make it really strong, which feels weird. Like I kind of get that from a game design perspective of like thinking about balance and such. But yeah, a lot of the bigger guns aren't as strong as you
There it
think
is.
they'd be. Like hell, there's one surprisingly from Old World Blues called Fido, which is the upgraded version of a
Ah,
machine
the
gun that
police
has
dog gun.
that has the dog brain in it because threat detection because dog with a the dogs are good at that with their noses.
Gun that barks at strangers.
Yes, it barks at strangers, and it has a little like robo nose to sniff out trouble. Um, and it gets sad if you like put it away or switch out the gun, which is a fun little touch. But I know that one can actually do a lot of damage, actually more than my
Super
SM.
shotgun.
Yay! Hell yeah!
And that was
Oh
the
my
powerful
god!
weapon.
Holy shit! Also, God, it's funny looking at that because I know what shotgun that's based off of. Well, I know of it. I forget its name, but it's a funny story of like there's the idea for a shotgun of like trying that could be made like relatively cheaply and mass produced a lot. It wasn't that good of quality, but the idea is, well, what if we convince a lot of that like are able to get like a whole lot of people and like even you know to fight at once. Like I think even the idea was like even like population of civilians fighting or whatever. Like just a ton of people. It needed to be really cheap and really quick to produce because of that. And it has like 4 barrels or something. It's a wonky ass gun. It makes for a good design in sci-fi video games, though. I will give it that. It is a really fun design. Of what if a shotgun was a big boxy thing with 4 barrels?
Yeah.
And it's like,
There's
that is cool.
there are some guns that don't work in practice but look cool enough that they are used in a lot of sci-fi settings. Famously, the P90 is the gun that's used through most of Stargate, the Stargate SG-1, the series. And people went, "Oh, this is just like an unrealistic sci-fi gun." It's like, no, these are actual real guns.
What's funny is Halo, like one of the art guys behind Halo, like the original, they made a gun that like the machine gun there was like in the OG Halo. It was like they didn't base it off of anything. They just thought it would look like a sci-fi weapon. Yet they ended up looking a lot like a real world weapon. An actual weapon that's like in testing at the time, I think.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It begins with an O. It was like an experimental sort of deal. Like, I
Also,
forgot its whole uh, deal, but I know like that gun inspired was like a lot of things. It was like a sci-fi assault rifle. Then you probably know what it looks like, and I think some things did come out of it that lasted through the years, but it's mostly like a weird prototype gun.
also, if you notice, we went back to the the previous level.
Yeah,
Yeah, they sort of added a hub system to this game.
damn, I can't believe uh, this is the Dark Souls of first-person shooters.
I was just playing Dark Souls 2 before the stream.
Nice. Oh yeah, I saw that the little notification while I was getting ready to play Fallout New Vegas.
What damage? I don't know why Doom Eternal called it Onslaught.
Uh,
Doom Eternal is full of questionable decisions.
yeah,
No, Onslaught from the X-Men.
yeah, everyone's favorite. It's him. It's Onslaught from the X-Men. I totally remember him. Yeah,
You don't remember Onslaught.
I don't remember him.
And he definitely
Onslaught. Oh, go ahead,
and he
James.
definitely wasn't people's favorite.
Onslaught was actually a villain. Although he's like the evil part of Professor Xavier's mind, like connected to the evil part of Magneto's mind, and created this psychic being called Onslaught. It's a whole thing. They kind of made up they came up with the name and the hook of someone has punched the Juggernaut across the country, and when they ask who did this, he goes Onslaught, and that was it. That's all they had as an idea for the story,
God, that's so dumb.
and the whole thing span out of that, and it's typical X-Men nonsense, basically.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think it appeared in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Oh my God, you're.
He did.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
believe there was actually a boss fight there.
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember like that name sounded familiar for an X-Men character, but I'm like, what, from where would I like heard of like Onslaught? Like, yeah, no, Marvel vs. Capcom, of course. God, what was I saying? Onslaught, no. Great. My brain. I forgot what I was thinking earlier, but God. Wow. Okay, no, I just completely forgot.
Just linking a picture of Onslaught in Marvel vs. Capcom. Although he's the final boss of one of the games, so this is obviously a hack to play as him.
God, that's so good. Oh yeah, fuck. This weirdo. Yeah, very cool design in the game, to be honest, but still just such a silly idea. And it's like, yeah, this is comic books. You know when people say this is a video game as video game. This is a comic book as like comic book idea.
I'm gonna tell you, the X-Men is the most comic book. Like anything you think of as being a comic book thing is in the X-Men at some point. Just because it's very long running, has multiple different ongoing interconnected series, and it's just kind of a weird place in the Marvel universe anyway. Like,
Yeah.
so there's a villain of one run of the comics called Cassandra Nova. Bear with me, this is going to get weird.
Oh, dude.
So it turns out, she's Xavier's secret twin sister, who he didn't tell anyone about for his entire 60 years of life. And he's like, yeah, because I thought she was dead, because I strangled her in the womb. Because my psychic powers, which I had as a unborn baby, told me she was going to destroy the world.
Oh my god, that is wow. That is the most comic book thing I've ever heard. 'Cause it's not
Yeah,
like
it's
oh yeah,
kind
that happened while in the womb. Like they could have just been
Yeah.
left at that. Like oh, I thought she died because I later in life I was told
Yeah,
that like that happened in the womb, and I felt
it's
like
like,
weird and bad
no,
about
apparently
it. So,
he was aware of that. Yeah.
God.
I don't know, is interesting, you know, just as a villain, she's an old, wrinkly, bald lady, and that's just like you don't see that very often in comics.
Yeah.
Usually, it's like, oh, lady villain, she's going to be like super hot for some reason.
And all. And also,
No, it's
instead of
just
being like oh we're gonna make this incredibly sexy like you know 50-year-old woman or whatever, it's like no,
Yeah.
she absolutely like mostly looks like a 25-year-old but with a little bit of wrinkles.
yeah. No, they went all out on this one, and I'm like, yeah, I respect that, even if I think this is still dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Of all things, I was trying to read that run because I know it's the run where another confusing in a comic book way character comes from. So there's an X-Man, like one of the team members called Zorn, with an X, X-O-R-N. If you know who he is, you're going to go, oh god, this. But like,
Yep.
he had, I think it was like his mutation was that his head became a black hole, and so he had this like mask he was permanently wearing to stop it expanding and devouring the earth. He was kind of locked up for decades in a like Tibetan jail or something, just to keep him out of just to keep him out of society. He spent all that time meditating. He's a really chill guy. He has healing powers of some kind. He actually got a huge fan base at times. People were like, yeah, this guy, we kind of thought maybe he'd be a bit of a stereotype, but he's just a really cool part of the team. He feels like he belongs there. And then the big twist after like a couple of years of him being a member of the team is he takes off his mask and he's Magneto. And he's been Magneto all along. There was never a Zorn, there was only Magneto. He faked having healing powers because the only time he actually healed anyone was actually like he could only manage this because of healing nanites that he could control, which were already present in the system of the person he was doing that to. And he was just extremely good at faking having that power or being able to justify, I don't think we should heal this because X. And the twist at the time, that was a decent enough twist, even if it's, you know, oh, beloved character turns out to be villain all along. Until people, like other writers decided, actually, we like Zorn as a character more and we want to bring him back, but we don't want him to be Magneto. So he became a separate other guy called Zorn who only thought he was Magneto. Now, bear with me, things get stupider.
Oh dear.
That Zorn is eventually decided is too much of a villain to be redeemed and to be the chill, good guy Zorn no one love. So his twin brother, Zorn, spelled the same way, shows up and he's like, hey, my evil twin brother has been impersonating me all this time, and also impersonating Magneto at the same time for some reason. And also he is, like, genetically identical to Magneto for some reason. This is never explained. He just looks exactly like this specific guy and thinks he's this guy. And then this Zorn, Zorn 2, joined the X-Men team again. Because he just decided, no, this guy really existed. He's not just a disguise. Oh, and that Zorn had a star for a head instead of a black hole. Again, contained in the same helmet. It's just they did that to justify. Oh, he has different powers. It's like he doesn't need a justification for that because he never had powers.
God.
Yeah. So eventually they decided to make it marginally less confusing by spelling good Zorn with a Z and evil Zorn with an X. But they only did that initially in the Ultimate Marvel continuity. It just kind of got carried over and people realised, yeah, this at least disambiguates it a bit. Yeah.
What a...
I didn't
Oh.
actually get that far into that run though, because it's just could not concentrate on reading it when I tried to. I don't even know why.
God. Comics.
Because I just wanted to see how that actually played out, because I'm told that reveal is handled well, and then it's just all the stuff on top of it is nonsense. But like, when I say X-Men is the most comic book that any comic book has ever been, this is what I mean.
Yeah, God, it's just... Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. It's weird in a lot of ways. I mean, that's not even... that's before even talking about... Oh wow, did that enemy grenade jump you all? Oh no, there's a lift there. Okay. I was like, oh damn, blast you, like, up the place. But anyway, like, you know, the whole weird mutant, like, oppressed people metaphor that gets kind of used for any oppression metaphor that gets weird. Like, right? And then it's like you get, like, weird stuff like that of, God, of just beloved character, and instead of, like, they could have just made up their own guy that was basically Zorn and not Magneto, and cut out the whole... You see, it actually wasn't Magneto, but it kind of was, thought he was, and then he had the evil twin with the same name, and and he thought he was Magneto because he did. You know, they could have just been like, oh, hey, well, what if we come up with another guy and then try it again? Something, you know, something history rhymes. Instead of like, okay, we like this idea and we want to keep working with it, we'll introduce a new guy.
This game had like a demo.
Oh, it did?
Well, yeah, back in the day. And when I originally played it, I was like a little wee bab and like bad at games, and I would just use the blaster all the time because it's infinite. Why not?
Yeah.
And like I got to some point very soon. Oh, I got owned bad.
Oh dear. Fuck. Seeing that grenade launcher enemy reminded me. That's one thing I really appreciate about Lonesome Road is that enemies actually will use grenades against you. Like the marksmen will just straight up throw grenades at you, which is like, huh? Enemies in the game don't really do that, and it's like,
I mean, they do.
you know, it adds a neat challenge because it makes you run for cover because, oh god, you're gonna be blown up by a fucking grenade.
Huh. Weird.
Right. That said, I'm now remembering Shadowrun Returns Hong Kong, which did the annoying thing of all basically any enemy that uses grenades, it has to be a specific enemy type, and also maybe it's because I was playing on the hardest difficulty, very hard, but for the DLC, you know, quest stuff, all the enemies that had grenades also had the cybernetic implant that allows them to throw back any grenades, which was pretty hilarious because I had a NPC companion, your character's brother, like get that same implant. So basically, I would throw a grenade, and then they would throw it back, and then he would throw it back towards them. But because it's not that accurate of a throw, like it just kind of goes wildly off target, like after the second throw. But in theory, if the player character also had this upgrade, and like there's more like grenadier enemies, you could be like doing a weird volleyball with like a fucking stun grenade or whatever.
Don't.
God. Thank you for the link for Zord. Weirdo. I do love that art.
Yeah, like
That design
again,
is
he was a
cool.
character for design people liked, like a personality that really actually worked well with the team dynamic, and he's, as that article describes, a character so interesting they didn't want him to be a fake out, but in trying to keep him around, they ruined the character forever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's the compass item. I think that was added
Yeah.
in the remaster.
Neat.
Like, on the face of it, just the pretty much any run in which these things happen will be straightforward enough, but when you take it all together, it's like, okay, so which Zorn is this?
God.
Yeah.
Oh, comic books.
Oh, I didn't use my quad damage. Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh. And there was like a hidden super shotgun here as well. Oh. And here I thought I wasn't going to be able to get the last few enemies. No, I just had to grab the super shotgun.
And one does.
End of the unit.
Hooray.
Yeah, so you can go back and forth until you reach. Well, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't for levels in a unit.
Okay.
Also, there was an Easter egg in the secret level, but it would have required waiting a while for a thing to happen, and didn't feel like doing that.
Yeah.
Very
The
fair.
funniest, like, Easter egg I can remember that actually has a time related release to it is if you wait long enough in the bank robbery level of Thief 2, that it would then be opening hours for the bank, the doors unlock. You can just walk right in. Except that means it's not useful for speedruns because you had 8 hours to your time.
Yeah.
And also, people are there.
Yeah. No, it doesn't like spawn anyone in or anything. It just does that as an Easter egg. It's just go, okay, time release lock in the vault. It just goes off and it's open now.
Oh, I hit that button.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Something I think is. Oh god, this is a weird robot.
Thought it was like a reviver, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. You know, I really love Payday 2. I never played the final level. Like the people I used to play with, like, kind of stopped playing it, and then I needed more space on my PC, and the game's huge. So haven't played in a while. But like, let's go, cool. Payday 3's come out. That's tight. And then I heard it's online only for even when you're playing by yourself, and apparently. Good for them that it's got to be one of the most popular games on Steam for the week or whatever. It's like, cool. But their servers can't support it. So even if you're playing by bots with yourself, you can have lag. Which is
No. We need always online for our single player game or question mark.
Something about piracy.
Something about piracy, yeah.
Oh, I remember Ray said that, like, they got rid of the de novo stuff when people yelled at them for it, and I'm like, I guess my thing is like, why did they have that in the first place? Because of course they're gonna be yelled at every time a game's like, hey, we're gonna add this rootkit spyware fucking thing to our game, and people are like, hey, don't add the rootkit fucking spyware thing to the game.
But we're special. You'd be stealing our money if you didn't have it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, great. Another company that does this.
Yeah, and it's like, hey, you don't need that for an anti-cheat thing at all. That's ridiculous. And then they do this too, where it's like, even when you're playing by yourself, it has to be online, and then they made the foolish mistakes of not investing in servers big enough for one of the most popular games, like for the long-awaited sequel for one of the really popular games on Steam that people were hyping up.
Did I hit the button?
I don't think so.
No, I did.
Oh.
Buttons are activated by touch in this. Okay, I guess it's a different button. Actually, what's behind that door? Okay. Also, I saw some stuff about people getting angry that a game doesn't play exactly like Dark Souls.
Oh, which game?
I don't know the specific game, but yeah.
God, I mean, people get upset over like anything where it's like, you see, like, obviously, this is a Dark Souls like, therefore has to do all the my favorite specific things from Dark Souls or whatever video game series.
No, they were just angry that it didn't play like Dark Souls.
Weird. I'm wondering if it's
Uh,
Lies of P, which is like a very much it's a very obviously inspired by Dark Souls. Like you'd be lying if you said it wasn't, but it has its own things going on. Like you can get like sword blades and different handles, and like change them up for like different effects and such. Uh, which honestly looks pretty interesting. I saw Pokey play some of it. It seems up my alley. Just like
God.
you live, it's oddly enough, at least partially like inspired by like Pinocchio,
Yeah.
where it's like instead of robots they have puppets that are made with some like cool magic crystal thing at their core, or whatever. And then like some of them went like berserk, as robots tend to do. But like you play as one that looks human,
God,
and
so,
you know,
continue.
and it's called Lies of P because it's like, oh, you know, as like a puppet, you're not supposed to lie, but to get through, to try to help people out and do things, you have to lie, but don't worry about it. It's fine for for you to lie. You're a special puppet. Great. But the first time you do lie while trying to get into like a hotel that's like a safe space because it has like a security where it's like hey, that stops puppets from entering. Um, it's like, oh, your circuits have like changed or something. I'm like, that's not ominous at all. But so it's like, okay, there's a whole thing there about truth and also this society with its massive like robot force going on, and like most of them being like some sort of servants. Like a lot of the like berserk puppets are going around with like candlestick holders as weapons or whatever. So it's like, okay, like, okay, I kind of see what they're going down here. Like, I haven't seen too much of it yet, but yeah, no, it's very much a Dark Souls like that.
God.
It seems very fun.
God, you remember reveal trailer stuff?
Yeah, I remember reveal trailers. Like, they still have those, but like, for what specifically?
So there's like a puppet, like a dead puppet, like on a bridge with like a sign on it. And in like the reveal trailers, the sign said something different.
Ah, weird. Oh, I know some people have like. I remember being sent an article by a friend on another server that like at some point there's like an image where like on one of those like dead puppets it like had like instead of a cab it was like a P for like
Yep.
puppets, and they like changed that, which is a shame. But like
I mean,
at the same time, it does feel like it's just kind of using it as a meme because like the game isn't necessarily talking about like police brutality or anything.
yeah.
So like, no, I can see why they're like, yeah, we got rid of it. Yay, and fighting between the evil cyborg men. Yeah, I remember seeing some people from that server though, just being like, "Oh man, you know, the devs like artistic integrity," but it's like, well, the game, obviously has the whole like, robot, the kind of like in the vibe of like robot stories where robots, are kind of subjective to be just, servant sort of deal going on, not necessarily talking about police brutality. So it's like, that's fine. It's like not like, oh, they're not willing to speak against the police, but Actually, it's kind of funny. Like the guy who interviewed like one of the creators of the game at like a game show, uh, right? Like who wrote the article about it was like at first when he was talking to him, he's like, "Okay, I can't mention that all puppets are bastards. First off, I had to ease into it. I had to make a report." And then like once he finally felt like, "Okay, I think I can bring it up now," it's like the director's face like lit up. He's like, "Oh man, like just like, oh yeah, all puppets are bastards, yeah." And it's just like that's great. I'm like, but yeah, we got rid of it. So I'm like, no, like, yeah. It's funny though. They still like thought it was really funny or something. I assume he thought it was really funny because it's just asked about it and just smiling. Yeah, love cool puppets and playing as a weird robot. So if maybe in the future, I'll get it because I have absolutely no machine that can play that game, and I don't mind waiting. That said, I probably won't be able to play multiplayer because I think it does have like summons, sort of like Dark Souls, but instead of like you need to have humanity to do it, there's an item called a star fragment where like the description's like, oh, if you wish upon like if you wish upon a star, it can make your dreams come true. Because again, the whole Pinocchio thing. It's just kind of funny though that it's like, oh yeah, this is inspired by Pinocchio. Like, oh yeah, the loading. Speaking of which, the best part of it is the loading screen like shows like your character's like nose being really long, which I don't know if your nose actually grows bigger in the game, but
I
like
mean,
even if
yeah.
it doesn't, them fitting in that somewhere, like hey, this is based on Pinocchio,
I mean,
and like
obviously, yeah, it's based on
it's
Pinocchio
like
just from the name.
it's like we need to have a reference to the nose thing, even if they don't put it in the actual character design. Like hey, we need to put this somewhere of this in this game about a robot like an automaton learning how to be like a real person. Like we need to put the nose thing.
It's like the gritty movie about a really silly superhero always has the obligatory scene where they like pick up an outfit, it's their outfit in the comic, and just roll their eyes at it and throw it aside, and then put on the like heavily armored black version of it or something.
God, yeah, but at least
Because
with
it's
the loading
realistic,
screen.
TM.
God, yeah. At least the loading screen thing is just more playful with it, which I really adore. Instead of like,
Yeah.
no, we had to be grimdark and like not, you know, to tell people that we're inspired by Pinocchio in this thing heavily inspired by Pinocchio. Um, and it's funny whenever that does pop up and it's like, oh yeah, Pinocchio. Like, you get a little AI guy that can help you out, and he's called Gemini. You know,
Yeah. Gemini
Gemini.
Cricket. Huh?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, that's such a fun little touch.
Yeah, that is a cute gag to have there.
Also, were those explosions just set-piece explosions or something?
Some of them were.
Yeah, and in Lonesome Road, there are quite a few of those, and I'm like, am I under fucking attack, or is it just a set piece happening? Like, it's hard to tell sometimes when just a lot of things start exploding.
weird. I don't remember their ground pound having quite a distance, even though I played this on Nightmare before.
Um, guess maybe it got changed? They got a buff?
Listen, right before one of them says that again, we need to go, hey, what's your favourite Jurassic Park tie-in game? Ah, Trespasser.
Such a bizarre. That's the one where you look at your like breast tattoo for your
Yep,
health, right?
absolutely.
Such a bizarre idea.
I feel like
Yeah,
everyone should watch a playthrough of it at some point. Like,
Yeah,
it's a bad game.
Yeah, I kind of wish it. Out of all these games being remade and whatever,
Yeah,
I kinda
remake some
wish
of the
that
bad ones.
yeah, like literally, like make
Ones that
them
had
better.
great potential and never lived up to it.
Yeah, like I remember you talking about it once. That it had a whole system in place where it's like, oh, of how the dinosaurs interact with each other and the player, but then it didn't really. But then it got too hard to implement, so they just kind of set everything to like maximum aggression at the end. And it's like, man, imagine if that game got remade, but they were able to like iron that out, and you can like have like all these different dinosaur interactions that you can use or
What?
appreciate. What?
that's weird.
Uh,
What is... Why isn't it going...
Welcome back to our stream of elevator action.
God.
Cat's awake.
No.
Just kind of sitting. It's like to my left and...
Love that cat. Having to reload to fix the elevator.
God, video games. Oh God. Speaking of which, I remember recently New Vegas had a weird fucking issue due to, uh, you know, Discord having a whole Discord overlay when you play games. It's like, hey, press this to check Discord. I'm like, no, what? Sure, I'll try that out. But the key was the tilde key and shift and tilde. I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. And tilde in New Vegas automatically opens up the console command, but I was using my Pip-Boy at the time, and it was like, it wasn't even loading right or anything. It was like loading messages from like a month ago from the channel I was checking out. I'm like, okay, this sucks. But then when I got out of it, I'm like, why can't I leave the Pip-Boy? I'm stuck. And then I'm like, okay, it's probably because of pressing the tilde key and like something going weird. But I kept pressing it and unpressing it or doing something and nothing worked. I'm like, okay, what if I do the shift tilde key again? And then I'm like, okay, I can move my cursor around like normal, but I just couldn't like. But once I got out of that screen, like nothing would happen, and I'm like, oh no. And then I'm like, wait, I'm still in my Pip-Boy, what if I fast travel to fix this? And then it didn't fix anything, and then I couldn't do anything because I was no longer looking at the Pip-Boy. And then thankfully, because of since I fast traveled, it did a quick save of the auto save of the game. So I just like fuck it, just had to quit the game and reload, fix the issue. And it's like, oh Gamebryo engine, and your weird fucking quirks. Shout out to the train that's actually just a hat for an invisible person.
Yep.
Or the monorail, my bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, you get that in any complicated system that they want to add a new feature to, they can't really like justify the time to do properly. Is you start
Yeah.
getting them doing creative hacks to that.
Yeah, like I've seen some developers joke about on Twitter like ages ago, and one of them was like,
Mhm.
like, oh, if we want to add a helicopter, we had to, make a vehicle class and everything, and then eventually,
Late in
what if?
development. Helicopters is a very complicated kind of door, right?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because early on in design, it's easy to go, okay, we're going to have vehicles, we're going to make all vehicles have these properties to them. But if you're 90% into the game and, like, someone says, oh yeah, we're going to put a helicopter in this scene, and you're like, wait, we don't have any other vehicles. Then you start getting creative.
Yeah. But you know what? I guess, oddly enough, it's kind of a strength for some older games, because I know, like, it'd be so hard in any modern Fallout to give the player like a car or a motorcycle or anything. But in like Fallout 2, you had your like your you had your like
Highwayman.
Chevrolet or your Highwayman or whatever. You had a cool car that you could travel around with. Just since that's how because of how the game handled traveling around. Like it made of course you travel around with your car. It's like sick, and it's like I don't know. Part of me is kind of like it's a shame that you won't ever have that in a modern Fallout, if they ever make a Fallout like 5 or whatever, because it's like because it's like, they're gonna be 3D games with like these all these systems happening or whatever.
They
Just
did,
be a mess.
They did make the space section for Starfield. So maybe.
Oh, well, maybe. God, I've never played Starfield, and I don't have a system that can run it, and I don't think I'd ever want to play it, to be honest. It looks kind of dull. From what I looked at, the trailers or whatever, didn't really wow me or anything, but yeah, I forgot that game is, you do have your little spaceships or whatever. And also, from what I've seen from Pink Server, one easy way to make money in that game is to go to you go to some planet, and you'll find other space travelers, and they'll just leave their spaceships lying around, because they're like I don't know, like a family going to like a planet for vacation or something. I don't know, like just something. There's other people traveling around on spaceships, and you can just steal them and then sell them at like the fucking used car dealership or whatever, and just make money, that way, which is like absolutely bizarre to me that you can just do that. I'm like, no, that's not like a bad thing or anything. It's just weird that it's like you can just jack people's fucking spaceships and leave them stranded on planets. It's fine. Like, I don't know, like, something like that just feels weird, but okay. Okay, Starfield. That said, I'm disappointed to report, in case you haven't seen the updated news, that Starfield doesn't have the fucked up geometry for sandwiches, or the fucking cube app, the apple chunk, or whatever. Unfortunately. I would have loved it if they had, like, a fucking sandwich with, like, 1,000,000 polygons.
You can
Can
make a really fucked up spaceship. In fact, it can make you invincible in the space sections
nice.
because they aim for the center of your ship. But if your ship doesn't have a center, then they're aiming at nothing.
Oh my god. Just the fucking flying donut of death or whatever.
Yep.
That's really funny. But yeah. I God, I was so excited whenever that Twitter post and Tumblr post came out. I'm like, oh, this is fucked up geometry. I was like, that I was really hoping that they blundered it up that badly again, or that badly, I guess I should say. I don't think they've ever, Bethesda's ever had something that bad of like a sandwich, like a bajillion polygons. But that's there's still at least that one fucking garden of Bonbon or Baton or whatever the fuck it's called. Indie
Garden of
horror game.
Banban.
Bantan, yeah. Thank you.
Banban.
Let me
Listen,
look.
they all have stupid names like
Yeah,
this
they do.
nowadays.
Yeah, but it's like because you see, there's an item you use called like the drone remote or whatever that you see all the time, right? And
Yeah, it's
that one
always
does-
on screen.
It's always on screen, and it kind of does have like a bajillion, like over 1 million polygons or whatever, like 1 million triangles. And the thing is, if you look it up, it's such a simple looking shape. It's like, how does this have such
Listen.
fucked up geometry?
Sometimes to make a perfect circle, you need 73,000 triangles.
All these squares
Oh
make a
no, wait,
circle.
these are
All
Yeah.
these
24,000 triangles? Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, you don't need to do this. Please do not do this.
Yeah. And it's like, I think it's like the, God, someone, like, I know someone went through a whole thing showing off, like, the fucking polygons, but, like, I'm still trying to remember where, like someone actually going through, like, showing off how bad it is. Because it's such a simple shape. It's it's a rectangular looking gray box with a red button and a little, like, stick at the top and with a cap for the antenna. And it's a simple shape, but, like, no, the inside has the button fully modeled for some reason. And it's like, I think somehow in there it has like a bajillion a billion, like, triangles. And I'm trying to, like, how come no one has just, hey, here's the number?
Current secondary objective: collect the 4 power cubes to restore power to the warehouse. Time for a collectathon.
Oh boy. Wait.
Looks like your collectathon is going well.
Sad that Burroughs isn't in for Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Combat armor.
God. I'm at the wiki now for Garten of Banban, and I'm like,
You fool,
Trying to
you'll
find
never
the trivia.
escape.
there's no trivia section? Get the fuck out! How they're not, like,
Yeah.
look, this is well known by now. That has the fucked up, like, the fucked up, triangle count. Like, someone, please tell me what it is. Just please, show it to me.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I found another one. That's, oh no. There's a, oh no, like, someone looked at one of the drones that you can control in the game. that's like a sphere. It has some spokes coming out of it that connect to the propellers. Like the comp you've seen, those types of drones by now, right? But like how it's like a perfect sphere, right?
Yeah.
What if it's what if instead of using any of the many tools we have now to that for many decades now of making something look higher resolution than it is, without actually giving it more triangles. Oh my god, you found it. What if you just had sphere, god, a sphere with like a bajillion fucking faces on there?
Yeah, that's kind of what they do. Yeah,
Because it's like, oh no.
texturing, shading, there's plenty of ways you can do that and make your sphere look smooth
Yeah,
without it being a million triangles.
yeah, and it's like baked in lighting, some other stuff like that, where like you can make
Plus,
it look more textured or like yeah, more detailed than it actually is.
there's no reason to have it modeled in that level of detail, even if it's always on screen. In fact, especially if it's always on the screen.
Yeah. Oh my god. Thank you for the link because I couldn't find it, but somehow this fucking drone controller, the most seen object in the game, has nearly 200,000 triangles across 3 separate draw calls to render the object every single frame. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
so the
what?
thing is, it has to be done that way because they ran out of space in the. Like, you can't actually have that many polygons in each draw call. They ran out of them and had to do 3 of them.
God. There's no reason for a fucking button to have this geometry. Make it look
If you've
like.
seen the rest of the game, Garden of Banban, it's even funnier.
Yeah, like everything's really like, you know. It, I
It's decidedly lower res than the remote.
yeah. Sorry, it's just
I
saying
have
the
one
tweet.
Garden of Banban mutual
Oh no, dear.
who is admittedly someone who goes, yeah, this sucks, but
Got a power cube.
in the same
Yay.
way that I have Five Nights at Freddy's mutuals, but at least they all acknowledge, yeah, the guy who
Yeah.
makes this definitely sucks.
Man, speaking of unoptimized games,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Security Breach. God, what a game that was.
What? How's it unoptimized? I've never
Oh,
heard
it
much about
ran
it.
badly when it was released.
Ah, okay.
And also, there's like so many glitches to the point where someone made like a challenge video about avoiding as many glitches as possible, to where they just had to not look at parts of the game and even put a picture of a cat up at parts that they couldn't avoid looking at because they decided, oh, if I can't see it, it doesn't count. Because there were just that many glitches.
God.
Yeah.
And there was just some also bizarrely awful design. Like, for the final section, the intended final section, they, like, decided to disable saves. And, like, the thing is, you still have, like, a bunch of stuff you have to do, so you have to do hours of stuff while never saving.
Ugh.
And eventually it was patched so that there is some saving. There's like a
Huh?
save point that still works.
That's so funny.
And before that, there was like a glitch to save.
Oh, game design. Also, I still really hate that, man, because like imagine donating so much to incredibly, homophobic and just just politicians who hate human rights so much that you've donated the maximum amount that a private citizen can donate to such political organizations.
Yeah, that's not a thing you do by accident.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's just
Y-
like
It's like you're saying, "Oh, I believe in it," to the extent that I will literally hit the limit of the money that I can give to them.
yeah,
It's like there's not really any backtracking you can do in that front.
yeah, which
There's
is a
also-
shame.
It's also funny because that series is pretty big. Because, like, if you didn't know that he, like, donated that much, the series, like, is very much a critique of capitalism. It's about this restaurant chain that keeps coming back even after all these horrible things that they keep doing. And, like, it's still a business that keeps on coming back to run.
It's too big to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. What if you hate capitalism, but also gay people?
Yeah, definitely a person with the brain rot.
Yeah, which is like a shame, because I know a lot of people like the one glam rock wolf lady, which the design is nice, but like I'm not gonna like look. It's me. Like, okay, the design's cute, but like, man, I hate this. I wish. I understand people still, like, have played it for years. With it wasn't until like a few it wasn't that long ago until like this information was like revealed that he sucked like this. But it's like, man, I wish it wasn't this popular of a series, or that people would just let it go, or like. I mean, yeah, ideally people letting it go, or at the very least, pirating everything, not giving him money, so that he can give money to organizations that hate us. Because it's like weird when it's like, oh man, like seeing some gay furry, like, oh man, I love the sexy wolf lady from the new Five Nights at Freddy's, and I'm like, please, there's so many other sexy wolf ladies.
Or it could just,
Yeah, like the one from Has Been Oh no.
or it could, like,
Yeah.
not buy the games and keep making fan art where they're all gay and trans,
Yeah.
just to piss the guy off.
Yeah, just
Listen,
like,
like
yeah.
people tried that with Harry Potter, and then J.K. Rowling just
Yeah.
gave her smug, "Oh well, since you're thinking about my characters, that means you support my terrible agendas."
Well,
It's like, no.
well, with Harry Potter, it's so built in with her politics, whereas FNAF,
Yeah.
you don't notice his politics in the game.
Yeah,
game.
aside from when Freddy turns to the camera and says, the stream just abruptly cuts out here, because what could I say there?
Hey,
Yeah,
gay people
whereas-
kind of suck. Like,
Yeah.
I can't believe Freddie Fronsberg said that gay people suck, actually. And
Tonight we will dine at Freddy Fazbear's.
oh no. But yeah, God, that is the thing about, I don't want to talk too much about, because, man, it is kind of, like, definitely a whole thing, but it is just it's still wild to me that no one told me that, like, hey, in the books, like, all the wizards have slaves. It's just a normal thing.
Yeah, I
setting.
thought you knew.
Yeah, no, I only watch the movies, and, like, the
'Cause I
guy
read
who's
those
directing the
books
first
and like,
one-
huh, that was weird. Why have they got this in here? And then it turns out, no, she did think it through, and she did go, oh, this is good actually.
Yeah. Which is, yeah, bizarre. And again, no one ever mentioned it. And it's like, how did no one ever bring this up? Like, the movie didn't put it in for good
Well, the
reason.
movie didn't put it in because the directors wisely looked at it and went, we're not putting that in a movie with our names attached to it.
God, yeah, and it's like, this sucks. Like, and it made sense thematically to have only the evil rich like white guy who's really upper class or whatever like
Yeah.
owned a slave, and like no one else did. But then books, even the poor Weasleys who are like, no,
They're
we
like,
can use
oh, we
magic
wish
to
we owned a
everything.
slave. And it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what? Just dead silence from the Weasleys after that.
Yeah, they just
Because they do say, oh, if only we had a house elf. And it's like, if only you
Why?
had an indentured servant.
yeah, kids. There's no reason to like. It's like, oh, to clean up around the house, right? But it's like, no, because the wizard world is so magical, they have spells for that, and it's
Mhm.
like whatever. So it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah. You have no idea some of the things that are in those books.
oh yeah, I'm
Well,
glad because
To be fair, if you've seen, if you've listened to the Shrieking Shack, then you probably do know.
Yeah.
yeah,
Because they point out some of the weirder things and go, wait, what was that?
yeah, I need
Can we
to.
talk about this for an hour?
God, yeah, I definitely need to listen to them.
I
Yeah.
need to
If you've not listened to it, go do that.
yeah, I need to catch up on them. They're doing the Hunger Games right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never read the Hunger Games, so this is a bit like. It's not something that I can go, oh yeah, I know what happens in this bit. I wonder if they're going to mention this thing.
Yeah.
Because with Harry Potter, those are books I can tell you all sorts of actual, real nonsense from.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Hunger Games or Twilight, just never read them. They were after my time.
I mean, Twilight was actually like very much around my time, but everything I saw of it, like, oh, I hate this. Like, like, why do people read this? And then I learned, oh, like, media written for like teen girls is actually just by default this bad, actually, or by
Yeah.
default only slightly less bad than this. And that's not a compliment. It's still like a lot of those books tend to suck. Where it's like, oh yeah, of course you have the weird older guy, like into you, and that's supposed to be good actually. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, and it's like, oh, no wonder a lot of people aren't like, oh, how
Yeah,
come
it's
they
like-
don't have the red flags going on about this? And it's like, oh
Part-
no, unfortunately, it's dire.
Harlequin Romance is what it's called.
Oh, Harlequin romance.
Yeah.
They're
Oh yeah.
they're all interchangeable. They're all bad.
Also,
Yeah,
it
like-
helps that the first one was not that bad. It was kind of okay.
By comparison, yes, but that doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. Cause I don't. I also remember I used to follow this one author on Twitter. I only stopped following her because she would post untagged spoilers for shows I wanted to watch, and I'm like, hey, like that blows. But anyway, like she's an author, and like because she writes a lot of romance usually, or like I'm not say Yuri, but specifically like novels, featuring lesbian romance as like a key thing, and she would look through like the most popular.
Oh,
That's
okay.
weird. Okay, the most popular books on like Amazon and stuff because she'd sell her books on there, and it's like the stuff that like straight women are reading. It's fucking dire, y'all. It's like horrendous. Like, think about the worst thing you can make up. It was like, oh, no way they would ever have like the protagonist go after a guy who does this sort of fucked up shit, and it's like, no. There is. It's bad. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's I don't even want to go into too much detail of it, but it's like, oh,
Let's just go with
the
the.
men, yeah, they're romanticizing those.
Let's just go with the Twilight example of we get like there's a version of the first book from what's he called, Edward's perspective. It has like his inner monologue where he goes on to describe, yeah, I could kill everyone in this school. I'm super fast. I could just
Christ.
teleport around snapping necks. It's like
Of
who
course.
thinks like that?
Of course, we all are into women who could do that.
I mean,
Well,
it's different if it's woman, but also
Is
I
it?
mean, there's a thing
Yeah.
where it's like, if it's like about like adults and like
Yeah.
for one, it's about like like he's at a high school for teens. And it's like, oh boy, I could totally just kill everyone right now. Like, what the fuck? Why would you think this? Or it's different if it's like thinking about
I
a
mean,
character who
it's-
has those cool powers and who isn't just constantly thinking, oh, I can just murder everyone right now. And it's
I
just like,
mean,
if she has cool powers, it's like it's one thing, but it's like different than like someone just, I can just kill everyone right now. And this isn't like seen as like supposed to be like some sort of like look into the strange morality of the characters. He's Edward. You're supposed to love him. He's he's the end game romance for
Yeah.
Bella
He's the
Swan.
aloof and mysterious supernatural being who turns out to actually be a really nice guy. And it's like, no, he's kind of a douche.
yeah, kind of fucked up for no reason.
I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair, if you hung around high schoolers for a while, you would want to kill all of them too.
No, I wouldn't.
There's so many reasons that he doesn't have to be in high school.
Yeah. So,
It's
yeah.
like
This is funny that, this family moved in, and, like, have a giant mansion into town, but to keep it. But they send all their kids to high school continually forever.
God, yeah. It's no, it's like I guess it's
It's
a
like,
different
yeah,
thing.
we're keeping a low profile, and it's like everyone in town knows you're a vampire and is too terrified to say it.
Yeah.
Which isn't actually the plot, but would be a funny twist on that.
Yeah, and I guess also you're going about like if there's a hot evil woman that can do it. But the thing is, usually in like stories about like like you fall in love with a woman who's fucked up hot lesbian. It's usually like it's not like sugarcoating. It's like she's just she's a sweet gal that everyone loves. It's like no, like she's a monster that that's like for like as I guess the term that's popular now, regardless of how fitting it is, of like toxic fury. But it's not sugarcoating how fucked up the person is. They're like, oh no, it's fucked up. And like the author was talking about earlier, like a lot of her stories, I guess someone could describe them as that because it's like she's like, no, what if there are stories about like, what if instead of like a lot of the lesbian romance being like, oh, we're like really sweet and coffee shop AU sort of stuff. Like, what if there's like space warlords who are also lesbians and like shit like that? And I'm like, no, what? I respect your
mean,
vision. And
Yes.
it doesn't pull any punches. It's not like, oh, she's just a sweet gal who's also a space warlord. Like, no, she's a space warlord, and having to deal with like super lesbian or no, what? Fuck it, super lesbian like AI like drama of like
RPG?
the RPG. Because there's like these AIs that are
Slayer
trying to
RPG.
guide things behind the scenes who are also like lesbian coded because of course
Uh-huh.
they are. And
Of course
it's
they
like
are.
so good, and it's not like Edward, like the sweet boy who also like I want to just like I could just easily just kill everyone. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, hey, I mean, I can imagine an author doing that for like someone's supposed to be like a sweet boy, but like if they're struggling with like intrusive thoughts or something, because when you're dealing with
I
intrusive
mean,
thoughts, it's
yeah,
just, like,
if that's
impulsive
intentional, but
just
it's...
someone
God,
struggling
I am-
with it and being like, oh man,
Okay, so
what's wrong with me?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah.
I thought of that one panel from Tails Gets Trolled.
Uh-huh.
The one-
Which one?
The one with the way too close zoom up of Tom's eye, and he's like, hey, even with seatbelts, people die in car crashes all the time? I thought that was neat.
Yeah.
Well, that's just
What?
Edward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But instead of being like off-putting, it's like, it's just
I-
a boy.
I know I've drawn at least 2 parodies of that with characters from other things.
Yeah.
Specifically, one of them was a Tales of Symphonia one, which
Oh yeah.
did for a friend. I think the other one might be for the BB Gun show. Let's see if I can find Tales Gets Trolled. No, I don't seem to have uploaded that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. That's a shame. So yeah, more Space Warlord lesbians, that's all I heard.
Yeah, it's always good. Love to see it. I know she also did another novel series that is like urban fantasy that also has a lot of like lesbian like warlocks, shapeshifters.
Yeah?
So it's like good. Love lesbian
Listen,
warlocks.
you can always link anything about any of these subjects in probably the literature channel,
Yeah.
even if half that's comic book stuff that I'm just ranting about.
Yeah, and just
Ah,
the oh, I know I posted the links to her Twitter
Yeah.
or somewhere else. I just need to find them.
of course, I keep trying to get people into the Locked Tomb, which is like a lot of the cast are lesbians.
Love to see
It
it.
is they're all messed up in a lot of ways. There's a lot of them are necromancers too. It's just a thing.
Oh yeah, I kind of paused my reading a bit. I need to get back to reading more the first book of the Locked Tomb because it does have some really good writing and
Mhm.
that said, I do like you mentioned like this is someone like you can sometimes read her writing
Listen.
and be like this is someone who's a homestuck and I can tell
Yeah.
like this is someone who's been on Tumblr since like 2012.
Yeah, definitely. There are some Tumblr memes in there. The Homestuck thing's a bit of an exaggeration, but there are some specific quirks to the writing you can go, oh right, yeah, it is.
Can't believe
And it
she
works. It's not
dedicated-
like, hey guys, it's Homestuck, you're all trolls now, lol. It's just some
writing
turns of
style.
phrase are, oh, okay, this person was at least aware of, like, Homestuck memes at some point.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
fuck these weird dog things with their spikes because they seem to be actually hit scan when most other weapons aren't.
Yeah. It's not like you can go, oh, this character is a Carcat. Oh,
Yeah.
that's Gamzee there. No, it's not anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who I can say is actually in it and have it be funny. But I guess it'd be Vriska.
God.
Is
There's
your
a character who kind of is a Vriska, a Draco Malfoy, a Sasuke, like, however you want to put it. You'll know who it is when you see it.
Oh God. Great. Love
And
it.
then she
Great
spends
character.
And then she spends several chapters detailing the weird romance these weird things have.
God. I hate.
Oh yeah, the necromancers do have quadrants. That's definitely there.
I
And
you know what?
joking, it's not.
I was about to say I'd believe it.
Oh no. I mean, there are relationships in the series that are definitely inspired by those kind of dynamics.
God. what was I gonna say? Something about, oh yes, like the yeah, I think the one thing in particular that really got me was the piece of like writing that was um like, oh, you think this would be the time that like the her energy to escape would be renewed and would do her damnedest to get out, but no, she got the depression, and it
She
wasn't
just
like, oh no,
moped
she
in
was,
her cell for a few weeks.
yeah, it wasn't like, oh,
Yeah.
she was depressed. It was she has the depression, and like that's a very
Yeah.
Tumblr
It's a very
esque writing,
Tumblr turn of phrase, yeah.
because that's where people started really going.
Means
You know,
Well,
all,
you know, the
that-
it
Hubbers.
means all worries for the rest of your days. It's a problemful philosophy, the depression. Maybe I can. Nope.
Okay. Something just made a noise behind me, and I was like, what the hell is that? And it's
Sorry.
nothing. No, it's definitely something that was in my kitchen, and I'm like, oh right, this is just something I can ignore.
Think it's a mouse?
No, it was the bin settling, because I hadn't
Oh,
actually
okay.
caused it properly.
Okay.
okay.
It's fine.
Hmm. Oh yeah, we just regularly put a bomb in a crate just to open that door.
Love puzzles. Not quite a puzzle, but it's a fun little thing, though.
Oh yeah, I guess since it creates that stuff, they wanted to show off the tech.
Yeah. As we all do.
Yeah, because this game is a tech demo.
Uh, I mean, it can be nice when games are like that, where it's just like, hey, look at this, and like, no, I feel like that.
Yeah.
In case of implosion, please look directly at implosion.
Yay!
I love the sound when you switch guns.
It is a very fun sound.
It's like all dramatic and
Yeah. Whoosh.
stuff.
It's very, like, I almost want, like, pulpy isn't the right term, but it's very action-y in a way. Like, whoosh. Just pull out your gun, the big whoosh, and back. Oh, another thing. I need to finish reading Dungeon Meshi / Delicious and Dungeon. So
yeah,
good.
ended.
Yeah, which is, it's wild to think it started back in 2014. It's been going for like over for about 10 years, or I guess 9 years.
Oh, and the cyber demon.
Oh boy.
interestingly, this game does have like boss monsters.
Huh, neat.
And no, I don't mean goat people.
Womp womp womp. No, shout out to Undertale for being such a great game, and also spawning so many weird AUs. Like, I'm not like hating on them or anything. It's just, it's fascinating. Like, what things do spawn like a bajillion AUs. Like, I know there's like tons of different like Sans fan art especially back in the heyday of like all their different Undertale AUs.
Also, Undertale, Deltarune had, what's that? Speaking of Deltarune and also, Troll Romances, I feel like the main characters have like, that one thing that's...
You don't know what the club's one is called, do you?
I forgot. But,
I mean, it
Hospitus.
doesn't matter.
but yeah, I feel like
it's
the
fine.
three main
But yeah,
characters
I mean-
have that going on for, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
at least the
I believe
first...
Hospitus?
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
the first chapter, they had that going on.
True romance will get you a true romance.
Oh, hey. Yeah. But also, Pokemon does have the Mpreg song.
God.
Sure does.
Does it? Oh, dear.
Yeah, and like the Battle Tower thing in Gen 8. I think it's just the instrumental of that.
Oh, yeah. The baby is you. that Toby Fox made. Yeah, that one. God, that's so funny. That's so incredibly funny. I've forgotten about that somehow. That he snuck that in there.
Pokemon canonically has Mpreg.
I mean, I don't know how canonical that is, but sure.
Very.
I mean, no, oh, no, it. Like. No, there's trans people in Pokemon. Probably, like, a trans guy got pregnant.
Yeah, there are canonically trans people there.
Oh yeah. Gen
Yeah, so-
6 had the person who
One
said
lady.
that they used to be a black belt before the woman who said that.
Yeah, who, important to note for context, in Pokemon, Black Belt is a type of, the Pokemon trainers that you can meet and fight or whatever, and they're always men.
Specifically because the actual translation to Japanese title for them is Karate King.
Yeah.
So they were separated into Karate Kings and Battle Girls. It's just for some reason they're translated as black belts because yeah.
Weird localizations.
Oh, and speaking of trans people, the whole Nintendo announced Mario, Paper Mario's House in Your Door is getting a remaster.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to
You'll have
all
to
those
see it.
trans girls named Vivian.
There are so many of them and they're all valid.
So valid.
Like great character, love her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love her so much. So yeah, that's fun. That said, I know in the original like GameCube game, they like did they like try to recontextualize it for the localization?
Yeah, kind of.
Like it's still some like hint of it came came through, but it's like they tried to censor it for the localization, and I hope they don't do that. It's just like, no, yeah, she's trans, and
Yeah,
like,
probably. Hopefully.
hopefully it's Nintendo we're dealing with here. Yeah. Huh. Which I guess is a weird thing. I mentioned that because it's like you'll get a dev talking about how like, oh, Link is supposed to be any gender, represent the player, but also like, you know, in Breath of the Wild, the tongue-in-cheek, like he, like Link, you as a boy cannot go into the Gerudo's village, but if we make you put on this or Orientalist uh
Yeah.
cute getup, this sexy getup, then and pose as a girl, then maybe you can. And it's like, great. Like, you know, what if instead it's just like, hey, that's an outfit you can find, and it's like they like, you know, someone looks at the like, hey, Gerudo Village, women only, and then they look at you and they're like,
Close enough.
and then someone's like, hey, like I don't really know this
Are
person's
you a
gender.
woman? Yes. No.
It's
And
like
one
are
of
you a
them
woman
gets you
or a
kicked
man?
out.
Yes. It just like it like calls in effectively a manager. But like, hey, what if someone just says yes and it's like I don't know,
Someone
just let
says
them in.
no, and they just
Like,
shrug.
shrugs, and it's just you're like, yeah, sure. It, and it's like, yeah, it's like, man,
Link has
I,
so many pronouns. You just give up.
yeah, just like whatever, like that would have been fine because I know you can find a guy who's like, oh man, love cross dressing and getting to the Gerudo village, and
Apparently, in Tears of the Kingdom, they changed it so that Link is just way too attractive to them.
uh,
Sir, you are too horny.
you're too
Listen,
hot. You're
if
above
people
the rules.
say Link is trans femme, they're right. If people say Link is trans mask, they are also right. Or say
That's
Link's
true.
non-binary, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just thought of that comic series that someone did where, for Tears of the Kingdom, where, okay, in Tears of the Kingdom, Link loses his arm, but gets one from the goat guy.
Yeah.
From an ancient goat guy,
Yeah.
as happens to everyone.
Yeah, because of some evil goo that Ganon just shoots out.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Ganon known for shooting out evil goo.
Ganon is also incredibly attractive, and it's too attractive for Link. He can't handle it.
Yeah.
He can't handle it whenever Ganon shoots his goo. God. But, yeah. It's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But it's like, you know what? If this developer, you know, who's part of the game is like, hey, really serious about, oh, Link is supposed to represent the player, and, like, it's, you know, Link's gender isn't that important. It's fine. You know, they could have just been like, yeah, you know, the attractive thing works. They're just like, it doesn't matter. It's Link instead of the whole deal. That said, I know there's some cute outfits in Tears of the Kingdom at least.
Oh my god, I thought of handsome Squidward, but Link.
Oh no, God.
That's just CDI Link.
Oh no, that's right.
Also, someone's been making like mods for Baldur's Gate 3 that does that. Make characters like handsome, and it's that one meme image of that guy.
God of, yeah, I mean, yeah, Squidward. Handsome Squidward. That's funny. Which, God. No, I haven't watched any streams of Boulder Gate 3 in a while, and it's like, no, I still wish you got to play as a goblin in that game or something.
Yeah.
Like, I know there was a mod that's like, oh yeah, like basically all the released uh, races that were added and the many books have come out since like 5e
Yeah, also
was
some
published.
Final Fantasy 14 races as well.
Nice.
Oh, that guy like hits an alarm button.
Okay.
God, the silencer is so weird.
Yeah. I mean, I do like its effect of like, oh, you do more damage if you hit an unseen enemy. I'm like, no, I kind of dig that for like, you know, getting the drop on or enemy haven't seen you yet. Like, no, I do like that idea of you know having it work like that. And I guess also it's simpler from a design perspective than like having to make like a whole stealth system like that works all the time. Like it's good.
Yeah, this is only id Tech 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's later. Yeah, okay.
God, for some reason I am now remembering about Prey 2017 and how it's a pretty fun game, but like something about it and I guess other immersive sims that like are like, oh yeah, you can do a whole sorts of character builds, but like stealth is kind of the optimal way to play. Just even if it's by like accident, it just sort of happens for some of the newer immersive sims. And for a game like Dishonored, yeah, that makes sense. Like you know, but like yeah, sure, because the whole game is you know basically a love letter to Thief. So like yeah, being stealthy and be able to collect and get resources like makes a lot of sense to do. But like I know in Prey and also Deus Ex Human Revolution, like because if you're being
Oh,
stealthy, you get to pick up
boy.
a whole lot of goodies and just rock up to mandatory fights with just like so many grenades or like whatever.
That guy had a weapon we'll get soon.
Oh, nice.
That
Love
guy
to see
didn't
it.
notice.
God.
Dang it. Okay. Oh, and that guy didn't notice the explosions somehow.
God. Damn, I can't believe we're playing Fallout New Vegas, where you can somehow get a sneak attack kill with a rocket launcher, and Buddy's just like, huh, what's over here?
Yeah,
I mean,
so, funny story.
yeah?
When I played Deus Ex, at one... Ah, fuck. One point, there was, like... I, like, somehow... I, like, put a bomb on a door, and, like, an enemy, like, was going to follow. And then he opened the door and it exploded. His buddy next to him, who was also following, was like, oh, I guess that was nothing. Like he actually said
Must have
that.
been the wind.
Yeah.
Your friend gets
Oh.
obliterated upon opening a door. Yeah, seems legit.
That's just what doors do.
Ah,
Gotta be
crap.
careful.
That's kind of a problem, actually. That wasn't supposed to go over there.
Oh dear.
Wonder if it's... Nope.
God, while searching for the lesbian space warlord books, I found a lot of stuff again, which is funny. But one is God. I remember the stuff I wrote when I found out about some programs. Like, oh, this is a writing assistant. We're using the power of AI, and it's like, great.
Oh god.
Oh, I think that was the one where people like were like, oh yeah, pseudo-writing tend to be used as a writer's assistant. Authors plug into sentences that are giving them trouble or scenes they're working on, and the AI offers up a few lines to help guide them on where they should go next. Prior to the Reddit post, you had no idea what the Omegaverse was. Now its own system was offering tips on how to write smut about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
Yeah?
Yeah. All AI content is stolen content.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, and writers are suing ChatGPT now.
Good.
As they should.
Oh, I also remembered
Oh, right, the lasers. God damn it.
a book series called the Murder Bot Diaries, which is something I've been yeah, I need to check that out. I kind of forgot about it for a while, to be honest. But it's like, what if a kind of like a bodyguard robot for scientists on a off-planet mission, or like on planet on a mission, it's starting to become a person, and has struggles to think of like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not a human, says robot that cares so much about if these like scientists live or die, but also notices like, the company that I'm working for actually doesn't care if they live or die, huh? And like there's an excerpt that I'm gonna link here in a second. That's really good. But yeah, that's also a book series, novella series worth checking out. Just seeing that there because I'm still searching for stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Wait, how do I not have? Still struggling to find
Ugh.
the lesbian space warlords. How?
Listen, I struggle to find them every day.
So true.
Where are you?
I have to find this. because it's so good. But God. So I'm going through the server, and I'm like, no, what if I search for the word lesbian from me specifically? I'm getting some
Listen,
great results out of
you're gonna
content.
get
Like,
hundreds of thousands of results for that.
somehow on this other server, it's only 324 results, but one is
Oh,
funny
that.
little guy, parentheses, lesbian.
Yeah. Like, if you search that from me here, well,
Can't guarantee you'll survive.
yeah, you'd just be melted, like you've opened the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah,
Oh, 101 results.
God. Sorry, I'm seeing what God some Twitter
Oh,
post
that's
of
before I
someone.
even realised I was a lesbian.
Oh dear. Oh yeah,
This
from
is me going, if someone called me a lesbian, I'd go, haha, maybe. And it's like a year later, okay, guys.
yeah. So before you investigate, be even. Oh yeah, but from a Tumblr post. Okay, I need to also share this one. Oh, someone just. God. Okay, I need to. I'll stop searching now because this is just hilarious. I
Yeah.
have to share this one immediately because it's like, God, in voice chat. Miles, Miles from Delicious Dungeon, like, but like with evil above him, like half elves can't get pregnant, moral and good. His sister Fallen, like keep coming in her gay ass, like God,
Yeah.
yeah, good for you, Fallen. And I'm like, why did this show up? This doesn't have the word lesbian in it, but from Tumblr user Fishing Lesbian
It's,
Cat Girl.
yeah.
Such a good name. Of course it popped up. God. Oh, I should also talk about that murder bot diary. Post that. So y'all have any idea what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has an excerpt on that where I link. You should. And in case anyone's
Alright, I know you've linked this one
later.
before.
It's worth linking again. It's
Yeah.
good prose.
I did.
I haven't read it.
There's a whole ton of books I've been meaning to read and just cannot, like, get the attention span for.
Yeah.
This gun keeps shooting after you let go of the button, so.
That's so weird. Because I've heard of, like, you know, of course I've seen in games miniguns having to have, like, a spool-up time, but never a wind down time. We're just gonna keep shooting bullets after you let go of the trigger.
Oh boy. Cyber Demon again.
Love fighting cyber demons.
So Bandolier increases the max ammo.
Nice.
See how it's 102? It was like 100.
Oh.
Now it's
Not
like
that much.
for shotguns it's 150. For miniguns I think it's 250. Haven't
Oh,
gotten
neat.
to the other weapons yet.
Oh, okay. Nice. No, I love how I specifically search for lesbian space warlord novel, and I get Gideon the Ninth as the number itself.
10,000 matches.
I wish, but yeah, just like
Yeah,
Gideon
getting
the
in
Ninth.
line.
I'm like, that is not about space warlords. They're in
Technically,
an
no.
empire. I mean, they're a little,
Yeah,
but like,
a little, but not in the way that is.
yeah. And I'm like, man. That said, I do like how some of these people are thinking. Like, I see one, I just had to go to Google of just someone like most popular lesbian romance aliens romance books. I'm like, no, I like the way you're thinking. That's not what I'm looking for right now, but like, yeah.
I like your magic words, little man, or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Oh!
No, this is. I guess now listen to some more of the music in game for a second. I guess another thing that feels so weird is that this doesn't have the unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't really feel like the like Nine Inch Nails sort of stuff.
You were
We're seeing
correct.
that.
Trent Reznor saw the game and he's like, oh, this isn't atmospheric. And then
Yeah.
didn't do the music for it.
Yeah.
Even
Fair.
though it
Fair enough.
is atmospheric.
I mean, it doesn't have the moodiness in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
No, I guess since talking about lesbians and books and whatnot, and looking at these lesbian books, one is just called Partners, by the way, from Goodreads. Thanks, Goodreads. That something I reminded about was that there's been a lot of people complaining about like great, I'm forgetting the name of it, the Bechdel test, right? Of like, oh,
Oh
that
boy.
Yeah.
a good thing, and it's like it started as a joke from a comic, from a lesbian-based comic, where this one character who was and inspired by the actual authors, like talking of just like where a lesbian character is like, you know what, I have a test, for like if I go watch a movie or not. It's like, one, does it have at least two women? Do they talk? Do they ever talk to each other? And three, do they ever talk to each other something that isn't a man?
Yeah,
And then
and it's
they compare.
specifically because I want to
Watch a
pretend
movie.
these characters are lesbians even for 1 minute.
Yeah, yeah, that's basically it. Like that they could be lesbians, and that's it. They're like, hey, could lesbians theoretically exist in this story? And for most of them, nah. And the characters in the comic, they're like about to go see a movie, but then they think about like this, that like so few movies have this like going on. Like the last movie, the character who brought up this little test was like, oh, the last movie I saw that passed it was the movie Aliens. And they're like, oh, like, hey, do you just want to go to my house and make some kettle popcorn? Yeah, yeah, that'd be nice. And it's like, yeah, no, it's just like a silly thing as a joke, and it's like, it was only like afterwards where people made it to like some trying to make it to a weird, serious like academic test for feminism, whether
Like
it's
it,
feminist and good.
well, it is kind of interesting to notice that, yeah, films really don't really do much with women.
Yeah, as a trend, it is very interesting to notice because it's like, wow, so few movies fail that. Like, even if you're not trying to imagine for a second that any of these characters could be a lesbian, just like most movies fail this, and it's not like every movie has to do this, but it's like just overall, the disparity in like how much how women are written or treated in movies. It's like fuck wild. And,
Yeah.
like,
But I
I'm
kind of
remembering-
side-eyed anyone who complains about it because, or complains about the Bechdel test because this one guy I used to watch was kind of weird about it, and then later on he was like full-on fascist,
Oh dear.
and yeah, he was kind of weird about it and like said, "Oh, this test is bad, and you should use this other test, which is also imperfect and is not really a good measure." He
Yeah.
didn't say that part, obviously, but you know.
Obvious. Yeah. God. That's wild. But yeah, just some people get really weird about it. It's like for something that just started as a joke of like, oh god. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought. You good, man?
He's not. So the Strog essentially strogify people and just turn them into cyborgs.
Uh,
Well, that guy's just crawling. Well, they crucified that guy.
damn, I didn't know they knew about that.
Well, it's not really a crucifixion.
Yeah.
Or crucifixion, yeah, that is the correct term.
Yeah, I was mostly just joking because the idea of them, like the implication that they knew about Jesus Christ is really funny.
Yeah.
Can't believe we're playing New Vegas and shooting people who've been crucified.
Yeah. There are some that can be saved, but a lot of them they can't. Oh boy. Oh! He revived it! There!
What?
We saw a revive.
God, I I had my eyes turned away for a second.
Yeah, to be fair, I was looking
There's
away.
9 gays.
Oh wait, I think I might have caught it, the tail end of it, from watching the YouTube playback.
Yeah, I shot the thing that those dog guys shoot, and yeah, it revived the guy. It must be like full of nano machines or something.
Yep, nanomachines. Arrow, son, boy, whatever. Microscopic automata. Gendered term. I don't know. I'm feeling a bit eepy, as the kids would say. I should probably eat something or snack.
Your gender is microscopic automata?
Robot girl, but she's made of nanobots.
That's kind of a goo girl. Just made out
Grey
of...
goo, grey goo,
Girl.
grey goo girl who dissolves all matter around her into more.
Dissolves all matter around her, makes more copies of herself, or makes herself really big, depending on what you're into. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's
So
just say
I-
yeah. Move on.
So either twinning or giantist.
Yeah. But yeah, God, right. I felt like I was gonna say something about nanomachines and like how they're used in sci-fi, but my brain got caught up on that, unsurprisingly. Because yeah, tends not surprised. Oh, but yeah, I think I will go get a snack or something. BRB.
Ah, the classic noise. Ooh, cells. Power shield. Oh, it gave me another adrenaline. That should be counted as a secret. Oh. Oh, it's counted. Okay. Yeah, I somehow didn't hit that line. Mm. Oops. Well, I was gonna shoot him anyway. Oh, grenade launcher. Way more useful than normal grenades. Oh, power shield. I should use that. Yeah, see how my armor is flickering between that and the power shield? Mary, are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Meowdy.
Meowdy.
Still kind of hard to use, but more useful than normal grenades.
Yeah.
And there's the power shield
What a
going off.
noise it's got.
Yeah. And if you notice,
Yeah.
when the enemies hit me, I'm glowing green for a second. That's the power shield.
I
Yay.
love the power shield. It's so bad.
Well, it does use the cell ammo. It's kind of interesting. You could either use ammo for like a really good shield or like really powerful weapons.
That's a pretty fair trade-off.
Yeah. A lot of games don't do anything like that.
Yeah.
Notice the bullet weapons don't do any damage with the power shield up. Of course, the non-bullet weapons, that's a different story. Ow. Oh, and bandolier. Doesn't really give me more ammo, but
Uh,
gives me ammo. Doesn't increase
Nice.
my max, just gives me ammo.
still useful, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Need the pyramid key. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Nightmare is basically like hard mode, but like the enemies shoot faster and a couple of other things. Let me check. It was. Yeah, it's called hard. It was originally called hard plus. It was like a secret difficulty. It makes them shoot faster and reduces the pain states.
Uh,
Hate how picking up grenades changes the inventory item to the grenades.
yeah.
Yeah.
God. That's one thing that would bug me playing a game like this. Just so whenever it's like you're in the middle of middle of a fight, and then you're like then you randomly walk over a different weapon, and then you switch over to it, and you're like confused for a
Yeah,
second.
usually you can switch off the change weapon on pickup thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this game, this re-release has an option for that. Also changes it to smart, which I guess only changes for the new weapon.
No, I do like that idea. Sorry for the long pause, but I was eating a snack. Cause it is fun when you get like a brand new weapon. Like, oh, neat. Like, cool gun. But when you like run out of ammo for it and then pick up new ammo for it and like, okay, that's nice there. Like, okay, cool.
Whoa! I think that guy. Oh no, it was just the particles from my power armor. And grenade launcher. The non-secret pickup. And drive-by.
Sorry, when you said drive-by, I imagine like, when someone drives by a house real quick to like shoot at their like house or whatever, and then move on, and then they'll like get away. For a second, which I was about to say stun locked me, but like, you know what? Fuck it. Stun locked me for a second. And then I thought of the Strogs or whatever trying to do a drive-by by like hopping onto one of the big ones. That, well, kind of like a horse or whatever. Now, with how connected things are here, I'm suddenly reminded of all things of Banjo-Tooie. Of how, like, interconnected the levels were between each other. Which is really impressive, especially for the Nintendo 64. For some reason, I would, like, not assume that it could do that. Or that it would have a lot of trouble with that.
Yeah.
But then, like, then you think like, oh, other games would like take inspiration from other like platformers, whatever, would take inspiration to do stuff like that. But then, no, surprisingly, it, nothing really took inspiration for that or from that, of like how interconnected the levels could be.
Yeah, it's only really a thing in the Metroidvanias.
Yeah. a pity.
Lava. Wonder if there's anything secret. No, it's just a death pit.
No.
Two can play at that game.
Yeah.
Lurch. Pfft. They were just standing there and saw those two other guys just get killed.
It's fine. They're sleeping.
Owed him money. Oh. But yeah, a guy. He also... A guy with a pod also landed close by.
Yep.
You don't really see it that much when playing. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go there yet. Oh, apparently I am. I want to check out the other place first. Huh. Maybe I'm supposed to go there later.
Yeah. Oh wow. Sorry, I leave browsing Tumblr for a sec, and Werewolf has released a poll. The ultimate sexy poll showdown. You can only choose one to fuck, and there's vampires and there's werewolves. Vampires lead at 54.9%, while werewolves at 45.1%. There's been 1,000, not 1,000, 121,426
The
votes,
census.
with 4 days, 15 hours remaining.
Hmm.
And I'm impressed, especially due to
We've all got the commentary going, I'm sure you have your own opinion on this. Is this the person who posted the famous pineapple gif
yeah,
about the werewolf?
the werewolf boyfriend. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's just like yeah, that's why I'm surprised. It's like it has an additional commentary, like
I'm going to guess
reblogged
both
it.
of you would pick werewolves.
A
Vampires
werewolf?
can't be hot, but werewolf. Um, but yeah, like it's like, hey, reblog this for the largest sample size this site's ever seen. It's time to put an end to this. And 121,000 votes is pretty big.
I'll level with you, I picked vampires.
I know. I figured. That wasn't a hard read at all.
Yeah. Listen, we're all furries, but we all have different interests, okay?
Yeah. No, that's fair. Completely fair. I understand.
Does playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines change this poll any?
I don't know, James. Have you played it? And did
Yes.
that change your answer?
Kind of, because there is an ending where you can just side with the Anarchs.
Nice.
I mean, sure.
But
And there's anything wrong with werewolves, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, in that game, the werewolf is invincible,
God.
because, like, in World of Darkness, werewolves are way higher on the power scales than vampires.
Good. I know. I think in some earlier edition that wasn't. It was like the opposite was true. But also, I'm looking through here, through the notes, and excuse me, someone's mowing the lawn. Well, not real quick, but just behind me.
Okay. I was just checking to see if something showed up on the YouTube, and it didn't. So I just noticed that the Steam overlay that tells you when someone's playing a game showed up, and my window was like being overlapped by it. So
No, don't worry, James. We didn't see that.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
not on the YouTube. It's not showing up
We
on
didn't
YouTube.
see that you're Steam friends with
Ammo pack.
the. I don't even know what comical name that we'd have for that.
So hey, remember when I said the bandolier gave you ammo? The ammo pack also does that. Now it's like 200 shotgun shells and 300 bullets. And like 100 grenades. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the ammo upgrades. There will still be more ammo packs and bandoliers, but they just give you ammo.
Nice. Oh, and alright, since the lawn mowing's gotten a bit quieter now, looking through some of the what are they called? Replies. Yeah, of just some of them like fucking vampires in this economy. Someone replying, trying to make Tumblr monogamous. Shaking my head. God, so true, Bestie. I know there's one there. Someone was like, I want to be a werewolf and fuck a vampire.
That's also a good option, you know?
Incredibly good option.
Yeah.
Like, if the poll was be a werewolf and do that, or vice versa,
Whoa,
you know?
big guy.
Oh wow, that's a big angry guy.
Hey, it's a werewolf.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Where's the cute fuzzy ears? Get out of here.
Well, I did just give it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, now they're all getting attacked by the werewolves.
Good for them. Good for you, because then you get less bullets you have to spend.
Ooh, hyper blast. Oh. Well. Hyper Blaster is really good. Uses cell ammo. Does an ass load of damage. Oh, that was the grenade launcher. Dang it, Rear Ralph.
That's not werewolf. Or
It
you're
is.
blaming werewolf for werewolves.
Yes.
Ah,
God. No, I was gonna say you should
again.
probably. Huh?
Huh? I was going to say, like, again, nothing wrong with werewolves. Like, great.
Yeah.
If you make me pick,
Oh boy,
Yeah.
werewolf behind me.
all else being equal.
Yeah.
Oh, died.
Did you shoot the explosive barrels?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, for a second, since earlier you're struggling with hitting something due to the gun angle. Oh no. I was about to say, oh yeah, I just hit the gun in the center of the screen, but then I remembered, oh yeah, we don't get to see the gun model.
Yeah, you don't see the gun, it just vanishes.
Which is so weird.
It's not even like Quake 1 where it has the this gun pointing forward.
And I'm
Yeah.
guessing they did that because they did that for Doom 2016 and Eternal.
I mean, that was.
No, they
That was
had
still
the
Doug
center
Walker, right?
stuff in 2016 and Eternal. Like it was actually center.
Oh yeah, it was in that game. But like that it shouldn't stop them from having that as an option here. You know, they could have center icon and center.
Oh, hey,
model
Mega
or
Health.
something. Nice.
Although it ticks down to your normal maximum.
Uh,
But, you know, that's what adrenalines are for. Oh, that guy's just in the... whatever. There. Secret.
yay. No, I'm hearing something crackle.
Oh yeah, that's in the
Yeah,
game.
same.
Okay, I was wondering, like, is it just me or is it everyone? Oh, is there anything we can do about the crackling? Because, oh boy.
Is... huh. Is there more crackling than what's in the game?
I've muted the game and I'm not hearing it, and it used to be a consistent little crackle, 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 crackle.
Might be a mic thing.
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
Alright, yeah, I had to mute the game, unfortunately. weird. I don't know why it's suddenly doing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and come back, see if that fixes it for me.
Oh.
Let's try that again. Nope, still crackling.
Huh. How bad is the crackling?
It's
Huh?
pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's really irritating. Let me try rating up the game volume.
I hope.
Okay, I'm not hearing it now. Oh no, there it goes.
Are you hearing it on the YouTube?
Let me check. I am not hearing it on the YouTube, thankfully.
Okay, that's good at least.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my god. Sorry, I was checking Twitter real quick, and they retconned fucking jizz music from Star Wars.
Oh man.
It's called Jazz. Jazz. It's, you know, like jazz, but like G-A-T-Z.
So it's jazz from the 90s.
Yeah, it's Jazz. Jazz was a... God, I still love the history of that, of like, a
It
jazz band.
was
It used to be
because
called
it's
Jazz in, the 1920s or whatever. Like originally, but then like people would go up to like the drums that would have like, you know, like, oh, something something jazz band, and like cross out the J so that it's like just ass. So they just spelled it with Z's to stop that. Yeah, I can't believe they made it into jazz. Jazz? 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 Jazz. Jazz? Such a weird name. But yeah, no, from like a book or whatever, it's like jazz was, of course, one of the most popular forms of performed and recorded music in the entire galaxy, including Outer Rim worlds such as Orto. It came to be known by many names, some less palatable than others over time and across cultures. It's like fucking cowards. Oh my god, from people's reaction to this, you never know this book came out a month ago. Oh my god, thank you, Twitter user, alerting us of the most important things about Star Wars, of them trying to retcon jizz music. How could they? God, someone just replying, I pretend I do not see it. Yeah. And of course, a quote retweet of Star Wars has retconned jizz music. Like and retweet in solidarity if you're still a true jizzer. God. Fucking. Star Wars. I can't believe they're already cowards in a lot of ways. I can't believe they've become more cowardly. Also, I love that explosion again.
Okay, I think that's all of them. Ow. Okay.
No, they really love darkness. Like, in some spots.
Yeah, this isn't Doom 3 levels of darkness, but yeah.
Is the music not playing in the game?
Nope.
Weird.
And I guess since I killed all the enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were actually the ones playing the music.
Ah. Okay. Loading. Proceed to the security pyramid.
Love going to the security pyramid.
Of course, I'm ignoring it. Chief Data CD from Block A to gain access to cell Block B. The torture chambers, oh boy.
Oh boy. Can't wait to do even more war crimes and kill BOWs. Which is kind of surprising. I don't know, for some reason, the idea that you can find other Marines who've been tortured or whatever, and your only real way to interact with them is just murder them.
Yeah, I guess the idea is they got horribly fucked up.
Yeah, but like most of them aren't even like hostile towards you or anything.
Yeah. I guess they're in the process of being strogified.
Yeah.
Which is weird because Quake 4 has the player gets semi-strogified and yeah. Oh. Yep. Counted it. Oh, hey. Well, this guy, he's alright, but I'm shooting him anyway.
God. Cruelty. Cat girl evil fucked up moments. 2023.
Yeah.
Cell block A. There's like a brick somewhere. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, invulnerability.
Ah. Neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I've been taking my headset off when the crackling gets too annoying. Ah.
Alright. Yeah.
Nope. Hmm. That's strange.
Elsewhere, huh?
Ow. Hmm. Elsewhere, but how? That's strange.
Yeah.
Oh, this is. Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
Yeah, we found the way.
No? Weirdly enough. I don't think this is the way. Gar.
Yeah. I just saw someone reblogging a vampire comic and went, oh yeah, I reblogged that a while back. Putting it in the guest room ever.
Nice.
Yeah, the only tag I had on it is I'm gay, so
Fair.
yeah,
Love it.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
love
Oh
to
my
see
God.
it. Brackets, fines. And how-
Oops.
oh man, it's like a panini press.
Oh, I had to do that.
This came out lightly toasted.
God.
Oh no,
You
it's
know what?
actually an Iron Maiden, isn't it?
Oh wow, it is. The Iron Panini, bro.
Cross-shaped Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Maybe they do have an idea about what Jesus is on strong.
Yeah.
He's very white in their religion.
Well, there are
Look
those.
at that wide cross.
There are all those pieces of the true cross
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah.
are not actually pieces of the true cross.
Yeah.
Every cross is the true cross. That's the trick. It's a metaphor.
For torture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, this is almost starting to make me get reminded of Half-Life 1, which I haven't played, but from seeing it streamed, and of course Half-Life with AI, or Symphony or whatever. Oh yeah, VR, Half-Life VR, both the AI, yada yada. It's like the scientists in that game that that die in various parts throughout. It's like it's very obvious that it treats it almost it treats it comedically. Like sometimes like they get sucked into an air vent, and then like three rib cages and five skulls get spit out of the
I,
air vent.
I kind of thought it was supposed to be like horror there.
I mean, it is like horror, but there's some times where it almost feels like it's comedic. Like there's some dark comedy going on. They're like, oh no! It's like just seeing them flail about or whatever. And I feel like some like like just impaling a guy on a big cross-shaped Iron Maiden feels just so over the top. I can't help but think of like, it is supposed to be comedic, like
Yeah.
some like black comedy from it, because it's like that's so over the top compared to everything else.
Half-Life was made in the Quake engine.
Huh.
I
Didn't know
think
that.
Quake 1. Maybe Quake 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, these aren't anything.
Yeah. So I'm once again in a situation where postmen don't ring the doorbell, they just feebly knock at the front door, and I'm like, once again, also living just like my last place, the room that I do my work in is basically an entire building away from the front door.
Oh dear.
So the last one I caught coincidentally about to leave, and then went, "Hey, why didn't you ring the doorbell?" And he went, "Oh, I did." And so I leaned out, pressed the doorbell. It's deafeningly loud, even from downstairs.
Oh god.
And it's like, yeah, you didn't ring the doorbell. And I'm like, why lie about that?
Yeah. Completely nonsensical.
Like, I'm exaggerating a bit when I say definitely. It's like very much audible, even all that distance away. And it's like, great. I have legitimately no way to know you're at my door unless you ring that, and you're just standing there tapping on it. Oh well, no one's in. God.
Yeah.
And it's not even like, oh well, I couldn't guess what the layout of the house is, because the staircase that goes up like is visible from the outside. It's the whole house is kind of like the entrance hallway is sloped and extrudes out from the building.
God.
It's like, do you think I'm just sitting there? Oh, Tim has said the Adderall vampire. Yeah. In response to the vampire comic that I posted, it's not the Adderall vampire. Or is it?
Yep, more straw are driving their motorcycles around here.
Yeah. Just love those trucks. Sure do love their hogs. Absolutely wild about it.
Oh, that's a different door. Oh, that's a lot of lasers. Hmm.
So what are you trying to find again?
Seemed like a boss level, so I wanted to check and see what the other door had
Yeah.
behind it.
You know how it is. You don't check the optimal path. You check every other path to see if there's loot first.
Of course.
Yeah.
Never advance the plot. Yeah, I've got the game. I've got the stream itself muted, and I'm not getting the crackling anymore. And when I switched that back on, I immediately started getting the crackling. So
Huh.
Oh,
guess I'm not listening to the game.
this is just yeah, the alternate exit from there.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
holding screen in the middle of a Quake level.
I mean, it's kind of what this game is doing.
Yeah.
Love the colors here. It's how blue everything is.
Yeah, they use the colors nicely in this game.
Hmm.
Quake 1 was pretty brown and gray.
Yeah. Who knew it would be a trendsetter so many years later?
Yeah. Oh, that guy's literally a tank. And I killed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Having both invulnerability and quad damage helps a lot.
Excellent.
I should go grab ammo.
Thanks, Compass.
Proceed to the next combat unit. Ow. Ah. Can't mess with footwork this fancy.
Don't mess with a cat girl on the 4th of footwork. Oh, there's a kitty playing around or something?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. Love cats.
love kitties.
Meow 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 meow.
Ah!
Yeah. About the only thing I'll miss from the last place that I lived was it was rural enough that people just like let their cats wander around. So you could just go out at night and pet cats. Don't see half as many just on the city streets, you know? This guy has this one big hand. Really good for fist pumping.
Why, he does it all the time.
Yeah. Go Strogs! There's a later, like, upgrade version of them who have foam fingers. It's saying Strogs #1.
Nice.
Rocket launcher.
Rocket on chair.
Oh wait, is this the one that the TF2 references? Or is it
No, that was
Quake
the
1?
Quake 1 one.
Okay. Oh hey. Oh, sorry for being so silent. Just kind of vibing, and also
Yeah.
had trouble sleeping last night. So
Listen, Kitty, we all have trouble sleeping every night.
yeah. Anyway, do you ever plan on or do you ever plan on doing Quake 3 on stream?
Well, that's kind of a multiplayer-ish game.
Oh,
can do
You'll
it
play the
sing-
single player campaign of Quake
Yeah.
3 Arena.
Yeah.
oh, okay. I
You
could have
know, I
sworn.
wonder if
Okay, I
multiplayer
guess
would
Quake
actually
4.
work.
Oh,
There is the Quake 3 something thing that was released years ago as like an updated version, although not a whole lot of people play that now.
Yeah, Quake 3 Arena and Unreal Tournament were kind of like of the same
Oh
era. They were
man,
no.
just remembered that Epic, the people behind Fortnite, they originally made Unreal and Unreal Tournament. They basically
Yeah.
delisted it,
oh,
That's a shame.
wow.
which
Christ, what a
sucks because
bizarre idea. That's like such an iconic series that even though I never grew up playing them, I knew of them. I knew that
yeah.
they were a pretty big deal.
I
So wild.
did get Unreal on like GOG so I could and have it installed so I could play it if I wanted to, but man, Unreal Tournament, that I played a lot of that.
Yeah. So yeah. God.
Granted, I don't think anyone who made Unreal Tournament is currently working at Epic, but you know.
Yeah, it's still weird to just not have it as a thing people could possibly buy, even as a curiosity. Or something, it's such a storied series. cow! Sorry. I saw on Tumblr someone talking about on March 4th. Like, hold up, I'm reading more about the lionfish thing, and this one island in Honduras had such a huge problem with lionfish that the measures they had taken included getting special exemption from the Honduras government to allow divers access to harpoons and spears, which are otherwise illegal in fishing. Public campaign to teach people how to prepare and eat lionfish. Apparently, they're very tasty once the poison spines are removed, but watch out. Holding lionfish combination hunting competition and cookout. Apparently, reportedly, they killed and cooked 1,700 in a day. Someone killed 60 of them with a rubber band spear gun. Most recently, and apparently out of desperation, the divers in charge of culling the lionfish in the Roldan Marine Park just started feeding the lionfish they killed to sharks. Because what else are they going to do with it? The sharks don't seem to notice or be affected by the poison and have been hanging out with the divers. The sharks then were seen hunting and killing lionfish on their own. Like, this is nuts to me. Sorry, the sharks just had to be shown, hey, this is food. Do you know? You can eat these. Here, try one. We are possibly altering an entire food chain because we like feeding the big ocean wolves. God. Oh god, there's someone posted a screenshot from Facebook where someone has a fucking underwater Glock because it's like shows a picture of them holding it, pointing it at a lionfish, and the lionfish is destroying the Florida coast.
God.
Now they're learning to fear the Glock.
Yeah.
Extreme outdoorsman introduced an invasive lionfish to a Glock 17. I didn't know that you can modify those to shoot underwater. What the fuck?
There are guns, have been either purpose-built or modified to fire underwater. The problem is, most conventional firearms like that kind of suck when you do that. They're not really built to work underwater.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's just funny.
The resistance of the water just obliterates any range they have.
Oh yeah, like I know.
Which is why you don't.
Are a thing.
Yeah.
For like underwater shooting, whatever.
Oh, what was that really terrible pistol? But yeah, the effective range of any underwater firearm with anything resembling a conventional bullet is it's not really worth doing.
Yeah, it's like I remember seeing someone take slow motion video of shooting a AK-47 underwater, and the bullets only traveled like a meter or two, like only a few feet before they just tumble and fall. Like the water resistance is just too much, so it's like, but yeah, I know there's purposely built guns and I for it, but yeah, just modifying. Oh yeah, you got an underwater firearm. Yeah, I purposely looked up needle gun, which is one of those. Yeah, it's such a wild thing.
Well, apparently, in more recent years, they have more or less solved the problem of it by using specific types of ammunition. I'm not really sure how that works. So I don't actually know how to explain that without reading a lot more of this article. It does seem to involve very high speeds to overcome the actual resistance of the water, the pressure from the depth.
Huh.
Now they're learning to fear the Glock. Yeah.
God, I need to put that in a made-up light novel name. I don't know where else to put that. God.
There's the really garbage one. The Lance Jet, which was a modified gyro jet. Which
Oh my God! Someone
never
created
saw
another one?
never saw mass production because it was hilariously inaccurate. I think this was in the 60s?
Okay.
Yeah. The underwater firearm variant of the gyrojet called the Lance Jet was considered for use by the US military. Planned, tested, not adopted. Too inaccurate. Removed from consideration. Yeah.
Wow. That's wild. Yeah, the gyrojet, like, I think it gets mentioned in the Warhammer 40k series and also
Yeah.
Battletech.
Bolters in
has-
Warhammer 40k kind of run on the same principle, which is you're not really firing a bullet, you're firing a tiny rocket.
Yeah, that's said in a lot of video games or whatever. They still shoot out
It's a
bullet shells,
self-propelled bullet, basically.
which real gyrojet wouldn't do, but whatever, it's really cool. That said, yeah, no, it had so many problems with it. Like, they couldn't like figure out a way to mass produce the ammo, so every bullet was handmade.
Ah,
Every bullet that
yeah,
gyrojet
you
is
could
handmade.
not scale that up to military production.
Like, or maybe you could, but it would take a lot of innovations to get it there.
I mean, even if it really worked, that like
It's still
I
probably
can
impossible.
actually ironically see that in a setting like Warhammer 40k, where yeah, you'd have an entire planet of people building these. That would be all the planet does.
Yeah.
I don't think that's actually how bolter shells work.
Oh, probably not.
I mean, it could be. I don't actually know. Just a planet of, like, devout tech priests individually constructing and blessing every bullet.
God.
I know that's not what tech priests are. You're like,
No,
I don't
just
know
like
what
the
tech
idea
priests
of
are,
having to
what?
press the bullets or whatever just makes me laugh.
Yeah. Do you not know that's a thing they do in Warhammer 40k? Like,
Oh no,
they don't
I
understand
don't know a lot
how any
about
of their
it.
technology works, because there's been a dark age where they lost all of the... sorry, this needs some explanation. There's something called Standard Template Constructs, or STCs, which are this prized thing in the modern Imperium, because originally those were the designs sent out with colonists as they first colonized planets. Say, okay, here's basically the recipe for your 3D printer to build you like a tractor or a tank or a gun or just like anything that they could conceivably need. They just had a data bank of here's the recipe to build it. Just go nuts. And the thing is, those tended to break down over tens of thousands of years. And then you'd end up going, oh, we can't actually make guns on this planet anymore because we're isolated from the rest of the Imperium, and we're kind of having to, just use the ones we have because we can't build anymore.
Oh,
And
the data, the blueprint.
the data just becomes corrupted over a long period of time, and as well as enemy action or sabotage or anything like that. And it's lost technology. They don't know how to make them. They know how to copy existing ones, but there are some that are completely extant. Like, is that a word? Basically, they're not anywhere. Like, no colony world has a copy of one of them, so nobody can copy it. So you end up in the situation where certain types of tank are literally impossible to replace, and certain kinds of guns can't be replaced without great effort. And part of the whole thing that tech priests do is recover, or in very rare cases create new templates for weaponry, ship them out, and bring some part of that back online. It's usually like, oh, this tiny part needed for a tractor is now available again on all planets, so we can actually go back to this old way of farming. But the thing is, because this is 40,000, well, the year 40,000, sorry, I was going to say 40,000 years in the future, but that's not true. It's actually approximately the year 41,000, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, because of that technology, including this lost technology, they literally do not fully understand, because they weren't around for when it was originally made, it all became very ritualized. Like, people know a machine will work if you go through these steps, so instead of it being, oh yeah, it kind of works if you do that, they have these formalized rituals of, you have to say a prayer for which takes a full minute to do, and that actually gives the machine time to start up. And you have to pour the blessed oil on it, and it's like, oh, you're lubricating the gears. And they don't know why it works, they just know doing these exact steps will make a machine work. And so that's what they do, and I could easily see that being a thing. Yeah, we're individually crafting and blessing bullets. And it's actually just like going through the steps needed to create them.
Yeah.
Except for timing purposes, like letting the bullet cool or something, you say a prayer over it, just like they used to do with medicine. Like, a lot of old, what would you even call them, but medical equivalent, apothecaries, I suppose that'd be it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, wear a poultice and say the following prayer whilst you're waiting for it to set, and it's like, oh, that's about the amount of time it would take for that to set properly. It's one of those things that you just think, they're superstitious, they don't know anything, and then you actually time, oh, they didn't have access to accurate timekeeping then, but someone could get a pretty good approximation by saying this prayer, because it's that amount of time.
Yeah.
Nope. Not sure this guy's chicken legs.
Yeah.
And his dead body takes so much punishment.
Yeah.
You're shooting that corpse up. But yeah, it's... I don't think this is how they make bolter shells. I think they just have a machine that churns them out, because they fire so many. But, I could see that being a thing, in this sector, they don't have that machine, so there's a planet dedicated to handcrafting the ammunition and that's all they do. This is a whole world where that's their only export.
Yeah.
Because while the scales involved in 40k are absurd, often deliberately, it's also easy to see, oh yeah, this kind of undermines just how, like, galaxy spanning this Imperium is, because they can just dedicate a planet to building one thing. Like they were in a, like, turn-based strategy game.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. Are we finishing up for tonight, or is this just
Yeah,
pausing?
we are finishing up. Just gotta,
Just end this level then.
yeah, just gotta
Yep.
get one more secret.
Nice.
Gotta find the
Okay.
wall that bleeds. Yeah. Honestly, I could ramble on about Warhammer or 40k lore for literally hours. I just don't think anyone wants me to.
Yeah, I'm not really a big a fan of
Oh,
Warhammer. Well,
I'm
because
okay.
I'm just like not into the space fascism that both is and that, depending on who you talk to,
Is either
totally,
glorified or satirized.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's totally satirization. That's why they have you know, you can have your space marines of different races, gender, whatever.
Yeah.
Totally satirized.
Anyway, that's it for the stream.
But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Can't wait till next Saturday as we do more war crime in Quake 2,
Hooray.
in Quack 2. Hooray!
Well,
So
later.
I
much
mean,
shooting dead bodies to Gibbs.
Yeah. Later, everyone.